From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be in the great cosmos, at whatever time zone, wherever, even above. This is Coast to Coast AM, covering all of that space and time. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. A couple of things to hit you with at the beginning of the program, lighter things. Number one, on my website tonight, more of those photos, beginning with kitten in a glass. An entire kitten is in a glass in this photo, and its little nose is even down below the line of the glass. It's pretty amazing. Jim Heron sent that in, and then a variety of really cool photographs outlining the present state of American life will then be seen below it. Some really good stuff. So that's at artbell.com tonight. It's entitled, what is it called? More fun photos. More October fun photos, so you're going to want to see that. People send them to me, and I can't resist. Keep them coming. By the way, I'm artbell at mindspring.com. If you would like to send along something or another, artbell at mindspring.com or artbell at AOL.com. Now, tomorrow, this time zone, is our Harvest Festival. I mean, it really gets in high gear on Saturday and Sunday. And I'm reminding you that we'll be out there. I will be out there. Somebody may have to prop me up with a stick, but I'm going to be out there for some period of time. Anyway, Carnival opens at noon to, actually, at 10 o'clock it all begins with a parade. We have a really cool parade here in Trump. Then a variety of things, including this. They're going to have a sexy legs contest. I'm looking at this thing, they're going to have a sexy legs contest. Men and women. Let's see. Deep Pit Bar, our barbecue. We have barbecue beef out here. They have these giant holes they dig in for days and days and days. They barbecue this beef, and in all your life, you may not all be meat eaters, but I'm telling you, even if you're a casual meat eater, this meat is like the best in the world. We get extra and freeze it and stuff, and I don't know why I'm mentioning this, because now I'm afraid there won't be any extra. We always get it every year, though. God, it's good. Oh, my God. How can you miss events like Donna's pot throwing? Donna's pot throwing. And it just all kinds of really cool stuff. You know, bands are out there, and they've got a carnival out there that you just can't beat. I mean, if you remember going to this stuff when you were a kid, you know, the rides and everything, they've got really good ones out there. So anyway, that's happening. That's the big event in our little town of Pahrump, Nevada, and I will be out there for some period of time. KMYE booth. Speaking of radio stations, welcome to a new one. KUMA in Pendleton, Oregon. 1290 on the dial, 5,000 watts. The operations director, Matthew Richards. Thank you, Matthew. Prepare everybody in Pendleton. I bet they've never heard anything like this up in Pendleton. Whatever it is, this is. News of the day, John Walker Lind cheerfully getting sentenced to his 20 years in prison. Someone told the young Californian, a person told him, you were willing to give your life for the Taliban, but not for your country. Good point. So he's gone 20 years. Hailing a defining day in the fight against terrorism. Do we have those? Attorney General John Ashcroft announced the arrest of 4 people in Oregon and Michigan on Friday on charges of conspiring to wage war on the U.S. and support al-Qaeda. Oh, my God, up in Oregon. So now it's what? Buffalo and... Gosh, they're starting to find these little cells all over the place, aren't they? Secretary of State Colin Powell forged an agreement Friday with the chief UN weapons inspector to defer searching for illicit arms in Iraq until tough new rules are imposed. Rules that I would imagine Powell and others, wink, wink, nod, nod, hope will never be agreed to. Gonna have a war, you know. A D.C. shooting linked to Maryland deaths. Remember the people getting just shot by a sniper? Police linked a 6th death now to the sniper killings of 5 Maryland residents. The same high-powered rifles. So, obviously, yesterday they were saying police weren't sure they're related, Good God, 5 or 6 people get popped by a sniper, and you can pretty well imagine they're related. Iraq is making new biological and chemical weapons and could have a nuclear weapon by 2010. So you don't worry as much about the nuke. But the fact that they've got biological weapons well underway right now, that's the one that scares me. The nuclear thing, it would be real bad for any specific region, but it wouldn't be more than that. They might muster 1 or 2 up, and that's it. And maybe in, however many years. But the biologicals, I think they're much worse. The little things that we were talking about last night. You let the little things go, and poof, an entire continent can disappear. Witness what's going on in Africa right now. An entire continent is virtually disappearing. This is going to sound kind of familiar to you. A remarkable change in the waters. This is, by the way, so that a Canadian newspaper, the National Post, Friday, October 4th, story. A remarkable change in the waters of the North Atlantic have thrown what one leading oceanographer is calling a curveball into thinking that the planet is going to gradually warm due to greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Instead, there is a real possibility that global warming may soon trigger the sudden onset of an ice age that could last hundreds of years. In just the past year, we've seen ominous signs that we may be headed toward a potentially dangerous threshold, according to Dr. Robert Gagosian, president and director of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, Massachusetts. Very prestigious organization, right, folks? If we cross it, this threshold, Earth's climate could switch gears and jump very rapidly, not gradually, into a completely different mode of operation. Gagosian bases his comments on a growing body of evidence that significant changes are underway now in the North Atlantic, threatening the ocean current that moderates temperatures in northern climates. Without it, London, which is almost as far north as Edmonton, would have much longer, colder winters. Prince Edward Island potatoes would be a thing of the past. Talk that climate change might one day trigger the sudden onset of an ice age is not new, but Gagosian believes there's a new urgency warning that changes could occur in our lifetime. And once they begin, the cooling would be rapid, reducing temperatures by several degrees Celsius over much of the U.S., Canada, Europe, within a decade. He warns rivers, harbors, and shipping lanes would freeze much earlier. Transportation, agriculture, and fishing disrupted. In short, the world and the world's economy would be drastically different, Gagosian says. Now, these controversial predictions that he's been making in speeches and posted on the Woods Hole website are based largely on information garnered from the North Atlantic, where the water is becoming fresher. In other words, normally we've got salt water out there, right? Well, it's getting fresher and sinking more slowly. At the Federal Bedford Institute of Oceanography in Nova Scotia, Igor Yashkov and his colleagues in Britain, the U.S., and Germany have found the entire water column of the Labrador Sea has undergone radical change over the past 3 to 4 decades. Data collected during annual spring trips, of course, across the Labrador Sea and in waters between Greenland, Iceland, and Europe show the North Atlantic at depths of up to 4,000 meters have become less salty, especially in the last decade. Scientists aren't sure where all the fresh water is coming from, but they suspect much of it is coming from the Arctic, where ice has been melting and thinning at an unusually high rate. Gagosian and his colleagues say the flood of fresh water could shut down the so-called Great Ocean Conveyor, the ocean's main heat circulation system. It drives the Gulf Stream that carries heat from the tropics north. By the time water from the Gulf Stream reaches the Labrador and Greenland areas, it's so cool and dense, it sinks into the deep ocean, creating a void that pulls more warm tropical waters north. Fresh water is more buoyant, thus able to sink. Scientists worry that fresher water flowing into the North Atlantic could slow the Gulf Stream or even push it south, or even worse, shut the conveyor system down completely. Already surface water in Greenland Sea is sinking right now, folks, 20% more slowly than in the 1970s, according to evidence gathered by European scientists. This decreased salinity is arguably the biggest and most dramatic change in ocean property that has ever been measured in the global ocean. At what percent will the ocean's conveyor stop? 25? 40? 60? It's not like a dimmer switch, but more like a light switch. It probably goes from on to off, he says. I could go on, but I think you get the picture, right? The entire Earth's global climate would change like that, like the toss of a switch. Pretty familiar stuff, isn't it? Stuff, of course, of the book that I wrote with Whitley Strieber called The Coming Global Superstorm, which right now, folks, by the way, Roland Emmerich, the fellow made Independence Day. Remember Independence Day? He's making our book into a movie. Roland Emmerich, pretty good guy to be doing it. So that's ongoing. The movie is ongoing. It'll be pretty interesting, but is it not interesting in a way? Can you not imagine how interesting it is for me? Let me put it that way. To have written a book, which, admittedly, at the time that we wrote it, was a mixture of science and science fiction, but based on projections of the way things that we saw that were going. In other words, you write a book like that, and you project based on what you see, and then you add to it dramatically, of course. But can you imagine how odd it is to live the beginning of it actually happening? Isn't that what this story just said? It is pretty weird. Pretty weird. All right, back to it we go. This is interesting because there's a little bit of history with me in this stuff. People have said to me for a long time that a colloidal silver will fix you up, whatever ill you have, up to and probably including my back trouble. You just take this stuff and it'll fix it. Actually, others say it's just, a replacement for the Cillins or whatever. And I tried it myself because I always catch a cold when I go on a plane, and somebody sent me some of the stuff and I tried it. And I caught the worst cold, the worst flu that I'd had in a whole long time, so I didn't think that it worked. Montana's Libertarian candidate for Senate has apparently turned blue from drinking a silver solution that he believed would protect him from the disease. Stan Jones, 63-year-old business consultant, part-time college instructor, said he began taking colloidal silver in 1999. Something about Y2K disruptions, and, he might not be able to get an antibiotic, so he just did it to be safe. He made his own concoctions by electrically charging a couple of silver wires in a glass of water. Well, his skin began turning blue-gray about a year ago. People ask me if it's permanent, and they ask me if I'm dead, he said. I tell them I'm practicing for Halloween. So he's blue and gray. Now, he's stopped taking the supplement, but his skin condition is permanent. Condition is not generally thought of as serious, except, of course, by the people that have turned blue or gray. Now, I had no idea until I read this, but that was a possible symptom of, taking this stuff. But I guess it is. Speaking of symptoms, here's another one. Polar bears, Arctic foxes and Inuit people are under threat from man-made toxins, PCBs, that build up in the food chain, according to new research. And the PCBs are leading to, this is a new one, gender bender polar bears in Norway and Greenland. They have discovered a number of female bears which had both male and female sex organs. The Inuit in Greenland and Canada have among the world's highest exposures to certain toxic chemicals as a result of long-range transport. Now let's dissect that line a little bit. As a result, let's see, they've got exposure to certain toxic chemicals as a result of long-range transport. Oh, now what could they mean there? That would be jets, right? Which are consistently flying, zoom, 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 back and forth over their areas between one part of the globe and another. Here in Europe, right? A lot of high altitude flying there, and so they get these PCBs, and look what it's doing. It's beginning to birth animals that are both sexes. Now, you'll recall the canary in the mine story, of course, right? Miners used to take canaries in cages down into the mine, and when the mine was beginning to run out of air, the little canary would go belly on its back with all fours in the air, and you would know, hey, time to go find air. And that's how you would know that you're about to die if you continue on as you are. Well, it seems to me this is a canary on its back with all fours in the air for all of us. Something to think about. We're going to go to phones here in a minute. Just one more little item. Bush administration is considering a daunting decision to vaccinate the entire country against smallpox before an attack occurs. This is coming from the Charlotte, North Carolina Observer. Can you imagine that? They really are actually right now actively considering perhaps inoculating the entire nation against smallpox. Now, to me, in my way of thinking, they would never in 5 billion years, never do that unless they had really, really hard information that our enemy absolutely has smallpox, prepared to go, and probably has the intent to actually do the release smallpox. I mean, just knowing our government, and I don't claim to know our government intimately. I participated in it in the Air Force. But I mean, just sort of a general knowledge of the government, it seems to me, says to me that they would never spend that much money. They would never do that kind of mass thing, with its possible consequences. I mean, everything you take, like, smallpox vaccination probably has side effects. For perhaps a significant percentage of the population, some might even die. That's what happens with these things. So that's one hell of a decision to make. And I just don't think they'd make it unless they were aware that they've already got this stuff and that they're apparently planning on releasing it. Now, does that line of reasoning make sense? I think it does. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM, raging through the nighttime. Open lines coming up next. You've got something you want to get on the air? Now's the time. All right, here we go. Open lines. Anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. And so away we go. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Chris.
Yes, Chris. Where are you?
I'm talking to you from the high desert of southeast Idaho.
Southeast Idaho. All right.
And I'm listening to you on, I believe, 1240 KSEI.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's great to talk to you.
Great to talk to you.
I had a great experience tonight.
Oh.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah.
And I had a great experience tonight.
What was it?
I recently broke up with my girlfriend.
That couldn't have been too great.
No, actually,
well, maybe it was. I mean,
everything works out the way it should work out.
If it's appropriate, congratulations.
Yeah.
Continue, sir.
But I want to tell you a ghost story, but because I've had like 5 experiences with ghosts. But
yes.
I met a girl last weekend named Mariah. Last Friday night.
Mariah.
I started thinking about this name.
Really?
And
let me give you a quote. I know a Mariah. Mariah Carey, right?
No.
You know what Mariah Carey said?
No, don't even go there. Yeah.
You know what she said, though?
What?
She said, quote, whenever I watch TV, allegedly, whenever I watch TV and see those poor starving kids all over the world, I can't help but cry. I mean, I'd love to be skinny like that, but not with all those flies and death and stuff.
Oh, well, the kicker is that about 6 years ago, I dated a girl named Mariah.
Yeah.
And I lived with her for 2 years.
And the point being?
I never saw her. Never saw her again. I ran into a girl named Mariah. All week long, I've been in debate of, no, don't get involved with this girl. You
what the hell?
Came out of a relationship.
Go ahead.
And tonight, I ran into the girl I hadn't seen for years, Mariah, who I'd lived with.
The original Mariah?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Because I'd been thinking about her.
What are the odds?
All week long.
You think you brought her to you?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And
with just the power of your mind?
Yes.
I think I'm grasping it here, yes.
And she walked in, and I didn't even see her, and I'm shooting pool, and I bump into this girl.
No, wait a minute now. If you were shooting pool, how are you concentrating on magneting Mariah back to you?
Well, because I didn't want to go and see this other Mariah.
Oh, yeah.
And I put it out of my mind.
But still, probably the other Mariah was down there in your
I just kept thinking
somewhere.
of Mariah.
Yes.
And I hadn't seen her for years.
And there she was.
I bump up next to a girl.
And it's Mariah.
I turn around and I said, "Oh, excuse me." And here's the Mariah I had lived with for 2 years.
And the moral to this story is?
Mind over matter. Now,
are you calling Mariah matter? There are women who really object to that sort of thing. Really object to it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art?
Yes.
I'm against this war with Iraq.
Oh, you are? Why?
Yes, sir, because I think it could ignite the whole Middle East. It could possibly even start World War III.
It could do all of that. It could do all of that, and nobody would dispute that with you. But then on the other hand, what if it's true that they have bugs that will kill us, and they're working actively on that, and they will release them and try to kill all Americans? Now, I mean, gee, what do you do about that?
Well, Israel has a lot of nukes and everything. No one's putting pressure on them.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Because
I'm saying if they're making stuff to kill us, and they have the intent to kill us, they will do it. Then what would you do?
Well, how do you know we're not? How do you know that the United States is not planning to commit genocide against the Iraqi people? And what is just or right about that?
I just heard you're and you're either in New England or in Canada. More likely in Canada, right?
No, sir. I'm in District Heights, Maryland. I do have a slight accent.
You do? I mean, you must be from Canada or somehow.
No, my mother was born in England.
In England. Well, you said a boot.
Well, whatever. But
anyway, come on now. Hit me square on with an honest answer to my question. There's significant, even perhaps overwhelming evidence. They're brewing bugs to kill us all over here, and they will use them. And I'm asking you honestly what you would do about that. Now, can you give me an answer to that or not?
What I would do is apologize to the Iraqi people for what we did to them during the Gulf War. Because hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were murdered, civilians.
That's what
I would do.
That was a war, though, right? I mean, that was a war.
We had no right to get ourselves involved in it.
You don't think so? In other words, even though they had taken over Kuwait by force and they were massing to go into Saudi Arabia, and they were going to go romping across the Middle East, no reason to get involved.
See, Kuwait was originally part of Iraq.
All right, sir. I thank you very much, and you can report back you got the information on the air. I don't think you can report that you had much of an effect, at least not on me. That was kind of a disingenuous answer. I think based on the evidence, they are brewing things to kill us over there, and they are going to use them. And so you just simply didn't answer that question. Oh, well, you did. You said, well, I'd apologize to Iraq. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Well, it figures that you would have an apologist for the Iraqi murderers on your program, Mr. Bell, especially a Canadian.
Oh, my God. Now, what has happened to you? Look, first let me ask you a question before we go any further at all. It's obvious to me you are on a stinking cell phone. You have moved down in the world. You used to sound loud and clear, and now you're on a cell phone. You who preach against technology, you have a cell phone stuck to your ear right now, don't you?
I have a cell phone. I've got one because I know how much it bothers you, Mr. Bell. And I had to get one because you continue to block my number. And it's time we had it out, Mr. Bell.
I do not block your number.
Yes, you did.
Oh, but that I could. And I'll tell you something else about your cell phone. When you yell, it's very ineffective. It distorts.
Well, let me speak in a calmer voice then, because
That'll be
I was not yelling. I was bringing forth the love of the new revelation. And we are entering a time, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
The end time.
Yes,
now,
well,
as the
we do
clock
agree.
ticks 1 minute to midnight, we must embrace, and you see, you have never allowed me to bring forth the new revelation in a proper manner.
Bring it forth, brother, bring it forth.
God speaks directly to my heart and gives me the new commandments, and he has told me about your evil alliance.
Now, wait a minute, hold on. Now, there's new commandments.
The new commandments.
All right, hold it. What are the new commandments? That's important.
Let me begin
Please.
With the new commandments.
Please.
First of all, thou shalt not fornicate. Thou shalt not listen to rock and roll music. Thou shalt not masturbate.
Thou
shalt not do drugs. Excuse me?
No masturbation.
Masturbation is the greatest and most stingiest of all sins. It is the root of all destruction of America. And it is, you know that I work against the media. I work against the media, Mr. Bell, which has been, listen, I know that God has shown me the documents drawn up in the Soviet Union, television scripts, programs designed to subvert America in the coming war. This is by the Soviet Union, who exists.
No, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore.
You see, you are a sucker, Mr. Bell, because you have been suckered. But you are the mouthpiece for the Soviet Union and the Red Canadian Alliance.
And the Canadian Alliance.
You want to let me to have my say? You won't allow me to speak?
Yes, I will. Are you saying the Canadians are allied with the Soviets who don't exist against us now?
Look at the Canadian flag. What is on the Canadian flag?
A maple leaf.
No, it's a pot leaf.
It's a what?
It's a pot leaf.
A pot leaf?
Well, you are the virtual sounding board for marijuana's virtues. Don't you know that the demon weed is what seduces our young people into the world of drugs and sex and pornography? And it is a strategy put forth by the Soviet English Alliance.
You really believe this, huh?
100%. Art Mail, you have never allowed me to speak my piece.
You're speaking all kinds of pieces right now, and I just can't honestly believe that you believe this stuff.
Listen, Mr. Bell, the time has come, a reckoning time, a time when all the mighty buildings shall be shattered and splintered and split, when the world's bellies will bloat, when America will be put to the fire and tested in the new revelation, and either we will stand against pornography.
When the world's bellies will bloat. Now,
with famine.
that requires a little definition. What do you mean by that? The world's
God
bellies...
is going to take away the food. God is going to take away the prosperity of America.
Okay, I just wanted to know. That's bloated as in starvation, right?
As in starvation. You doubt me because you doubt the validity of the love of the Lord, and you listen to me, and you listen to me good, Mr. Bell.
You're overloading your cell phone again.
Listen to me, Mr. Bell. The time has come. It is now or never. This country produces 90% of the world's pornography. We are awash in pornography, Mr. Bell.
I didn't think that was true. I mean, we do produce the majority of a lot of things, but I don't think pornography...
Yes, we do. You can be...
I don't know about that.
You and all your deniers. You know, when people deny the Holocaust, they are ridiculed. But when people deny the fact that Al-Qaeda has been destroying American children, they have a plan to kill American babies. You know what that plan is called?
What?
Planned Parenthood. They've been killing American babies for years.
All right, that's it for tonight. Now he gets through on a cell phone. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I hadn't heard those commandments. I really hadn't heard those commandments before. Somebody should put them to tablet at the very least. We'll put it on the website. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Do you hear those commandments?
Those were some mighty fine commandments.
Were they? Are you clear? I mean, are you going to make it straight to heaven, those newer commandments in mind?
Well, I don't know. The musical one might get me.
What's up, sir?
I've got this device here.
Yeah?
It's an assassin's weapon. It's used to insert biological agents into the skin of a victim without their knowing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you have that?
I'm working to publicize its existence.
Tell me about it.
You take a couple of sheets of plastic 1 inch long and flatten out the lead pellet of a pellet gun.
You know what? Maybe you better not tell me about it on second thought, because it sounds like you really do apparently have something. I mean, what?
Well, I don't have to tell you how to make one.
Yeah, but I don't.
But my point in telling you how to make one is to prove that it exists.
Yeah.
And that's really the key here. I really want to make it crystal clear.
Well, I never doubted it. I mean, there are those who are going to attack us with germs. We know it's coming. It's duh.
Well, okay. The thing is, handgun statistics, crime statistics, tell us that when there is a weapon present, the people most likely to be killed are the people closest to the people with the weapons.
That makes sense.
So if we have weapons that cause death by apparently natural means,
yeah,
the people closest to the people who have those weapons should have an increased rate of death by natural means, especially their spouse or ex-spouse.
Boy. I would like to understand the larger point that you're trying to make here. I mean,
well, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
If we have this higher rate, that presents the possibility of proving that these people are being murdered if they are consistently dying at a higher rate, a substantially higher rate.
There have been an apparent higher rate of deaths of men involved in biological warfare research. You're aware of that?
No, I haven't looked into that.
Really? You should look into that, sir. There have been a lot of very suspicious deaths of people involved in biological research. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. No, now you're on the air. Hello.
Wildcard line.
Yes, that would be you, sir. Where are you?
Art Bell.
No, that's me.
Yes, Art Bell. I am in the Great Midwest.
Okay.
I am loving the Open Line Friday.
All right.
And I was wondering if you could delve into what the gentleman last night was discussing with the fungi, because unfortunately I missed that portion of the show, if that would not be too redundant.
And on what subject?
The fungi.
Fungi. Well, tonight's guest wouldn't know a thing about fungi.
Last night's, yes.
Fungi, actually.
Fungi, yes.
I guess
yes.
fungi, yeah. Yeah, he's not going to know anything about that. This is a guy that's going to fly solo trek. You know what that is? A little one-person helicopter to go down. He's going to find the hole reported by Admiral Byrd into the earth and fly himself as an expedition into the hole in the earth and perhaps go toward the center of the earth. Now, he may find some fungi down there, but I mean, he has no knowledge that I know of about it right now. See, so that's what we're going to be working toward tonight. I don't have a lot of time here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I've noticed a few of your callers are experimenting with the new grain alcohol IV drip. I just want to know a little bit more about these people that see these these people with they look like negatives of photos that they're not human beings or like aliens that are mixed in with human beings. I want to know where I could learn some more about this. Do you know what I'm talking about?
You're really, it sounds like you're talking about the shadow people, what we call the shadow people.
No, it's
Yeah, it does. It does. They are said to mix in with us. You obviously didn't hear the show last night, did you?
I heard parts of it.
Parts of it. Okay, well, you missed that part. Yeah, I think that we're describing the shadow people here. These are creatures of ill-defined creatures. We don't know much about them. They sort of, live in the corner of your eye in just a flash, something you barely catch. Very occasionally you see them full on. And we've named them, for lack of a better thing, the shadow people. But they could easily be alien in nature. And so I think that's what you're talking about. These creatures, they come and go. And I guess they're part of us. I'm Art Bell from the high desert. This is going to be... Dallas Thompson is next. Good morning, everybody. This should be extremely interesting. Coming up in a moment is Dallas Thompson. And Dallas Thompson is going to follow Admiral Byrd's lead, and he's going to find a hole up at the North Pole, and he's going to descend into it in a personal craft. I'll tell you more in a moment. All right, here we go. This is bound to be interesting. May 24th, 2003, Dallas Thompson and a crew from an L.A. film production company will, in fact, begin an expedition to the North Pole to find the hole reported by Admiral Byrd. That'll be May 24th, 2003. So that's coming up pretty quick now, along with an L.A. film crew going to the North Pole. Holy mackerel. Once the hole is found, Dallas plans on flying into the hole using a solo trek helicopter. We're going to have to learn more about that. He hopes to meet the intelligent beings from within the Earth and discover the crystal cities of Shambhala reported to exist inside the planet by many tribes of old. Dallas studied under a Hawaiian kahuna. The kahuna, also known as a shaman, was a very powerful man, taught Dallas the ancient ways of the Hawaiian shaman. Dallas was granted the divine opportunity to hold the Hawaiian elders' sacred talking rock. Several moons later, Dallas Thompson had a life-changing NDE, near-death experience. During his horrific car accident, his car flew off a 250-foot cliff backwards, going 70 miles per hour. He experienced a grand tour of our beautiful universe, and he witnessed visions from the past and visions about our future shift on planet Earth. Well, we will have a very great deal of ground to cover with Dallas Thompson. After reading just that, Dallas, welcome to the program.
Hi, Art. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. Where are you, Dallas?
We are located in Bakersfield.
We?
I.
Oh, okay.
I am.
You are in Bakersfield. All right.
Yes, correct.
Well, gee, Dallas, you really are honestly set on the 24th of May to go looking for the North Pole, the hole, I guess, reported at the North Pole by Admiral Byrd. Is that really true?
That is true. Actually, the whole process has been an awakening within that started when I was a young child. I'm really excited about what we have going on. As it became more clear to me about what would be going on and what we're going to encounter, I began to realize that we're going to have a pole shift. And that's with the inception of the Solar Trek. That's how it actually started. I brought it up with a few friends of mine.
We're going to have a pole shift. But if you, it seems to me that if there is a pole shift, one of the poorest places you could possibly be would be at the pole. Or is that wrong?
Actually, the hole itself is actually dimensional. So it is a portal. The energy entrance basically would act as a shield because inside there's an inner atmosphere, and the inner atmosphere is a firmament.
No, wait a minute. You're already confusing me, Dallas. You're going to go to look for a hole, right?
Right.
A real hole.
Yes, a real hole.
A real hole. The one that, and in fact, it was true that Admiral Byrd reported a hole at the North Pole.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I believe that Admiral Byrd did fly through the hole, and that would be documented. But the hole itself is actually a dimensional realm.
It's both.
Reality.
Are you saying then that it is both? It is a dimensional
portal,
exactly. And it's an actual physical hole as well?
Exactly, that merges into a higher vibration and frequency that is a higher dimension. So time becomes now.
Time becomes...
There's basically a different time frame. Human beings in the hollow earth could actually live up to 800, 12, 16, 1700 years old because of the firmament atmosphere that keeps them protected from ultraviolet rays and infrared, cosmic rays, and gamma rays.
That would be like biblical humans, Dallas.
Well, we actually did have a firmament around Mother Earth in the beginning, in the biblical day. It was actually beautiful. You could look up upon it, and it would act like a telescopic lens because it was actually water that had frozen over. And it would pull in the planetary systems and celestial readings. And
How old are you, Dallas?
I'm actually 31.
31. And
I'm an old spirit in a young body.
Yeah. What kind of...
And that firmament melted, by the way, and that's what caused the flood.
Before Dallas, you decided on this expedition. What were you doing in life? I mean, I want to understand somehow how you got from whatever you were doing in life to going to the North Pole to descend into a hole.
Well, actually, it's been a process. It started from being a young child. I learned to remove myself, kind of step outside of the aquarium.
Right. No.
Watch the process.
Listen.
The process, and
bear with me for a second, Dallas. What were you doing before? Not so much as a child, but before you made this decision to have the expedition. What were you doing? Were you like an office worker? Were you in school? I mean, what?
I was a personal trainer.
A personal trainer.
And
all right.
I lived in Hawaii.
Okay. Oh, I see. And that's where you made the connection to the Hawaiian kahuna.
Exactly. And the whole process began to unfold.
I see. Okay. And there was something that you were taught or learned from this kahuna that sent you on this trek to the North Pole. I want to understand.
Yes, that began to paint the picture a lot more clear, and I began to understand that there are cavern systems and caves that traverse the whole mantle.
You believe that our Earth, well, it's not really exactly hollow, is it? In other words, if there's caverns, that means and passageways, that means it's in rock. So it's not exactly a hollow Earth. You hear people talk about the hollow Earth. That implies this big, giant hollow area down there.
Right. Well, you could look at it kind of a geode. Once you get past the mantle,
yes,
there is an open, huge cavern that would be illuminated, would have a bright light.
Why?
I see this as I speak.
Where would the light come from?
Okay, there's several sources, and you have to remember that the tribes of old were actually very intelligent people. They walked barefoot a lot. They were in touch with Mother Earth. They understood the energy grid system. They understood the electromagnetic cleansing that can be performed to remove the negative residue, etc. They would traverse into the caves and caverns, and which is a mantle. I never really claim exact numbers and dates, but the mantle is anywhere from 800 feet in some spots to 1,200, 1,400 feet in another spot.
Wow.
And that can consist of a cavern. It could be a pocket of oil, pocket of diamonds, a pocket of gold, different elements within the mantle itself. Mm-hmm. The cave cavern system is a labyrinth, and it actually goes around the whole circumference of the Earth. There's actual water tunnels within the mantle as well, and there's aquatic beings, if you will, that can go around the whole mantle. It's even possible submarines can traverse the whole mantle in the water tunnels. I learned about the Hawaiian tunnel and the cavern systems. I learned that...
Now, how do you know all this?
I just do. It's because I remembered what was forgotten.
You you had an NDE, a near-death experience?
Yes, I did. I had an NDE.
All right, let's see if we can flesh this one out. It says your car flew 250 feet backwards, going 70 miles an hour. Now, why were you going backwards 70 miles an hour, Dallas?
Actually, I lived on Bear Mountain in a cabin.
Yeah.
And I actually was abducted up there. I'd like to remember to bring that up. Bear Mountain would be right by Ant Hill, Tehachapi Mountain. That's a hotbed for UFO activity. And that also was another puzzle piece that...
Dallas?
Yes.
Try and answer my question straight on here. I'm asking you why your car was going backwards at 70 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, sir. I have my mind's full of thoughts.
Okay, well, empty your mind for a moment. At least shallow it out a bit and try and focus on this. Why were you going backwards at 70 miles an hour?
Okay, I was leaving from my cabin in Tehachapi going to Rosedale, which is in Bakersfield, and it was in the middle of El Nino.
Right.
I actually knew it was going to happen from when I met my kahuna. I actually was aware of my graduation or my ascension, basically the completion of initiated, because a shaman has to die and come back. So anyways, I was driving down the highway in the middle of El Nino, and I hydroplaned.
Oh, yeah.
And I spun around 6 or 7 times and went off a cliff, estimated 70 miles an hour, and I didn't hit until like 70 feet down.
Well, so you should be dead as a doornail.
I actually have pictures which I would recommend people look at.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and I have the actual newspaper article.
I'd like to see that, actually. Okay. Dallas, where is that?
Cosmic Manuscript.
No. Do we have a, well, I mean, I'll let you give that here in a moment, but I would like to, let's see, do we have that information?
Yeah, you better look before it floods with people. I've
got Cosmic, let's see, cosmicmanuscript.com.
Correct.
Is that where I go?
Yes, correct.
All right, I'm there. Now what?
The story.
The story, okay, I'm there.
Okay, and that's the actual newspaper article and the actual photos of...
Driver escapes death in fall from rain-slickened highway is the story. Okay, there it is. And there's your car. Oh, my God, Dallas.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not sure I would call that a car anymore.
Yeah, it's totaled. It was actually turned into a convertible, and it's not a convertible.
Holy smokes, Dallas. You're telling me you went off a cliff in this thing doing 70 backwards and then down 70 feet?
Right.
Well, you really should be dead.
I really, I'm thankful I'm here and I have another chance. I really am.
Who insisted this car accident was for sure decapitation and the driver could not possibly have survived? Who said that?
There was actually policemen and firemen there, and they brought down, there was a body bag brought down. There was a lot of confusion. I was so overwhelmed and opened, basically all that did is open me to now, because now has no time. Now is eternal.
I see a quote from you here. It says, rain, Thompson said, is something that can kill you.
Exactly. El Nino's coming again, by the way.
I know.
And I already defeated it one time, so I should be all right the next time.
You defeated El Nino?
I went to the heart of El Nino, and I conquered and came out alive. And we made peace, and everything happened for a reason. And
you made peace with El Nino?
Yes, peace with El Nino, just peace with nature in general, and I understood my purpose, and I balanced and harmonized myself. And
all right, well, look, I'm willing to certainly, I mean, here are the photos. There's no denying it. You should be dead. You had, when you say you had an NDE, did you actually experience physical death, Dallas?
I actually think I was taken. Exactly just like that, taken from the moment.
Uh-huh.
And because when I came back, my seatbelt was still buckled. Because there's no way.
Did you experience, to your knowledge, actual physical, it looks to me like you would have, actual physical death, do you think?
Well, I think death is spiritual. So I did experience a spiritual reality, which is now. I went in, some could say the astral realm. I'm still learning and understanding as I go. But I definitely did enter a dimensional vibration and frequency. Everything came clear. Because when you come now, the future is not the future is now. And so I understood what was to come. Things became more clear, and it opened me up to bring back basically the manuscript, which is my gift and thanks to everyone on the planet. That I love everyone. Basically, I'm sorry if I've done anybody wrong. I got another chance, and do we need to love the planet? Because that's the main vision that I had. We have.
Oh, you must love it. You're getting ready to go down into it.
We have got to take care of our planet. We're running out of oxygen. Our trees are being cut down. We need to plant more trees. We're digging holes in Mother Earth that are unbalancing her. We're putting buildings that are shifting her harmonic balance. There's a lot of negativity going on, and it's making
You sound, Dallas, like the Hopi.
I'm actually Cherokee.
Yeah, but I mean, you really do sound like the Hopi. I interviewed some Hopi elders, and they say much the same sort of thing. Exactly the same kind.
Right. I actually did study under Hopi when I lived in a teepee and taught the youth. That was in Arizona, though.
At any rate, this is a lot of what they say. You know, that Mother Earth is virtually under attack, and we are the attackers.
And she's going to shift and shake all of it off and move to a different position to rest and connect her harmonic balance again.
Yeah, all things tend to come back into balance.
Basically every human cycle has encountered a catastrophe at the end of the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And we're next.
We're next, huh?
Exactly.
And how far away do you think that is, Dallas?
I'm getting a breakup on our phone line here.
Yeah, I'm hearing it also. I was going to have you redial at the bottom of the hour here.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't like to claim an exact date or time, and I think people that do, you should be wary of. But I do feel that it's coming, and it's going to come in the blink of the eye, and it's going to be at night. It's going to be like a thief in the night. And it'll be when people are least expecting it. Everyone will have one day in particular, and then it won't be that date, so they will lose interest, and then bam, it'll come in through the back door, basically.
Well, that's when these things happen, when you're least expecting it, you know.
Right, that is true. So the whole process is what began to align the cosmic manuscript and spread the word. And publicity has been really, really huge. We've been really busy here. I'm planning May 24, 2003. That's my birthday, actually. The whole movement that has been created is actually to bring awareness to people of the upcoming shift, that caves and caverns are there, and they can create shelter for certain tribes and individuals. And I can't reach everybody, but I recommend you walk barefoot, and you'll be beckoned and called to certain caves that will merge with your dimension and tone and frequency.
And then what? I mean, why?
And you'll survive the shift.
In a cave?
Yes, some caves will actually save you from the catastrophe. Absolutely. As a matter of fact.
But will it be worth coming out? I mean, it's like they used to say after a nuclear war, they used to say, would you want to survive?
That's the $1 million question that, a lot of people would have. But I would think that we learn from the mistakes we've made before. We rebuild. I see it as a place of union, a place of everybody planting. The barter systems will be of shells or a type of money that is no longer what we have, possibly sharing and giving and growing for the tribe. The ways of the old will return. So I don't think that could be terribly bad.
But basically we're going to go back to, I don't know, back to the basics, back to almost the caveman time.
It's actually...
right?
Well, yeah, not to that primitive. We will actually have advanced technology behind comprehension. All tribes of old have had advanced technology.
Well, in this new world, it doesn't sound like we're going to have cars.
There'll actually be electromagnetic vehicles that will...
oh, really?
Yes,
Oh,
and they can go over 10,000 miles an hour.
Well, this is sounding better.
Yes, exactly. Technology will be enhanced, and the grids will be clean, and we can start anew and fresh.
Really?
Yes.
But in order for this to happen, first, Mother Earth must shake us off like a fly on a horse's tail, right?
Exactly. And there's different images that I see. I see it could be a red shift or a blue shift. It could be from Planet X, which we just heard from Ed Dames is actually real and inbound. A lot of people I have attempted to tell them, what
there are many people out there who are buying into this Planet X stuff.
Right.
Listen, hold on, Dallas. We'll try and reconnect, see if we can get a kind of a crackle on you two, and we'll try and see if we can get rid of that. Dallas Thompson is my guest, and we'll get down to the nuts and bolts of what he's going to do with a film crew at the North Pole, where he's going to... And as you listen to Dallas, you can, I think, begin to imagine that he's serious about what he says. He probably really will try this. The more I listen to Dallas, the more I'm convinced that may indeed be true. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. My guest is Dallas Thompson. And you know what? I'm looking at his website, and there's no way a human could survive that. I agree with the officer, whoever said what he said. There would have been decapitation and a whole lot more. There's no way Dallas could have lived through this. If you doubt that, take a look at the photographs and read the news story yourself. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back.
I passed my test with good intent and goodwill. And
yeah, but I mean, you would have been crushed. So what is
that's why I do believe that I was taken from there. I was transported to a safe zone, and I actually.
Do you remember being transported?
I remember it was spiritual, and that's what was really odd. I felt that it was physical yet spiritual. I was more activated in my spirit mode at that time, and there were and are beings in that realm. I've actually seen...
So I guess what I'm asking is, at the time the accident actually occurred, were you suddenly in a different place?
Yes, I was.
All right. All right, with all that as background, and that is a pretty interesting background, I've got to say, why are you intent? I mean, I really want to know why you're intent on entering is your intent to enter this hole and to head toward the center of the Earth? Is that the idea?
Yes, that's my intent. The whole thing is what I did in the beginning, the inception of the whole scenario was I don't want to be involved in the shift. I'd like to talk to a few people about what I've experienced and the visions I've had. And the solo trek came around, and
let's cover that for a second. The solo trek. No, in fact, we'll get to that in a second. I still need to understand, I guess. You say a film crew is going to go to the North Pole with you, right?
Yes, exactly. I've actually worked with this film crew before, and I'd like to touch on this story. It's really interesting.
Well, all right. Please do.
It has to do with my kahuna. I lived in Hawaii. Actually, my family's been off and on Hawaii 20 years now. Pop was in the Air Force, crypto and stenography, and my brother's actually a lifeguard and attends university. Anyways, I moved up there. And I met the kahuna, and it was really, really odd. I was out on the North Shore, barefoot in the jungle, up above the North Shore, looking down, enjoying my day. And I felt the presence or a being looking upon me, and as I made a peripheral eye contact, he was basically blended in and just like he was gone. In a blink of the eye, he was in front of me. And I was stunned and shocked. And it was a man with gray hair and a gray beard, and his name was Kahuna. And he owned half of Maui, by the way.
So pretty well off.
Yeah, he actually had amazing artifacts, Art.
Hawaiian real estate's very expensive.
Yeah, and that's where I'm getting at. There was some people interested in buying some of his land, and he didn't want to sell his tribe's land.
Yeah.
So I actually encountered a glowing orb, which was photographed on Waimea Fall, which they just had a catastrophe down there. It's a really sacred land. Anyway, when I encountered the Kahuna, I began to talk with him, and he was amazing. He had eternity in his eyes, and he knew that he was getting ready to transfer. And he gave me, basically, transferred.
Read die? Here?
Yeah, basically he knew that he was getting ready to leave his physical body. Because the physical body is just Mother Earth. It's just a suit, a shell.
All right.
So I showed him the photos after we had a good rapport, built a relationship.
You showed him which photos?
The photos that I had taken from Waimea Fall, which I had an orb, which is basically, it was a spirit in pure form. And it caught his attention because he had seen them around, and we took it deeper. My brother, an actor, he's been on 90210 and Saved by the Bell and all this good stuff. He had connections with the director, and we ended up getting investors and getting a movie, and we were going to film it on Maui. And we had a big amount of money ready in the film crew, and I was excited because I got to do the special effects, and I really have a great imagination with that, and I definitely felt at home with that. So anyways, make a long story short, the Kahuna was being pounded for people wanted to buy the land. They wanted to build hotels and motels, and he, was bickering with that. The movie was getting closer to production. Everything was right on schedule. Kahuna took me for the last time on a barefoot walk into the jungle. I basically was given the gifts of a shaman, a Kahuna. He had initiated me. I actually held rocks that were from the stars that fell, and the ancient Hawaiians, they've been passed generation to generation. They would vibrate in my hands. I would see images. It was spiritual, almost beyond holographic. So this continued, and I began to wake up, and I began to see what's really going on, and I saw that I was going to have an NDE. I didn't see all of it, but I knew that occurrence was ahead of me, and I was offered the gift to not partake in it in return for, basically. And
why didn't you take them up on that?
Things began to unravel and make more sense to me, and I began to understand what actually I had to basically die before I was reborn. And I think
right, but I mean, if a person is actually given a choice between going off a cliff at 70 miles an hour in reverse and not.
Well, that was inedible. That was going to happen, period.
Oh, I see. So it was only the NDE that was optional.
No, it was the fact that I needed to hurry up and become lighter and hurry up with my frequencies and vibrations, because it's like the hermetic axiom is right when it says all is vibration.
You're losing me a little here.
Okay, I knew the NDE was coming. I didn't know to what extent.
I understand. You've been given a choice, so it was coming.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the movie was ready for production. Kahuna tells me he's getting ready to transfer. Several moons later, I'm back on the mainland, and Kahuna was killed. He was ran over by a Humvee.
Oh no.
Yeah.
A Humvee.
And he was in a car, and he never drove a car either. And the one time he drove in like 3 or 4 years to go take care of a course case, it was a case over his land, he was ran over on the way there. So
the spiritual Kahuna was accordioned by a Humvee.
Yeah, it was a government Humvee.
Yeah, it figures. All right.
But he was a good guy with good intentions.
Yeah, of course.
It had to do with land.
How are you getting the money to go to the North Pole? Does that come from the Kahuna? I mean, the Kahuna had big bucks, right?
Kahuna has caves that are all over.
The question is, how are you getting the money?
We have the investors. One's from Japan and one is in Hollywood. and that's taken care of. I'm not asking for any donations.
Two investors. Are these? Have you checked into whether these people are involved in the Faces of Death videos at all?
They're not. They're actually have been involved in a few blockbusters, actually.
But not Faces of Death. I mean,
I don't think Faces of Death. I think that they see a great documentary, a great movie, and they get rights to it. They like my character. They know I'm full of energy, full of life.
But don't they understand at some level that you could be committing suicide? After all, a plan to take... What is this?
Solo Trek.
Solo Trek.
Now, it weighs 350 pounds, by the way, without anyone in it.
350 pounds with no one in it. It's. Do you have a picture of it?
I actually do.
Where?
Okay. You can go to your website, the guest info.
I'm there.
Fly to Hollow Earth.
Well, no, wait a minute. Guest info. A guest book, I see.
Oh, no. Are you on my web already?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. It's probably the third or fourth link from the top. Do you see the Hollow Earth there with the UFO and all that good stuff?
Let's see. I see chapters. I'm looking for links. I don't see links. I see the cosmicmanuscript.com. That's where I am.
Oh, you're on Cosmic Manuscript? Okay, I have a whole other website. This is years of research, by the way, that I want you to show you. I have Hollow Earth tribes in there as well.
Right. Which one do you want me to go to?
The Fly to Hollow Earth.
Oh, Fly to Hollow Earth. I'm sorry. All right, here it is. It's a Java site. It'll take a second here. Because I want to see this.
I have Hollow Earth tribe photos too, Art. I want you to look at. These are.
All right. Well, one at a time. All right. I'm here. Now what?
Okay. The third or fourth link down, past like there's a cluster of links at top.
I see them. Yes.
Okay. On top of the planet, the Hollow Earth with the UFO, like the third or fourth link, it will say the Solar Trek. Our team is going to use the Solar Trek. Can we trust the Inner Earth tribes?
Let's see. I'm not seeing that. Let's see. Okay, here's some more links now.
Yeah, right there. It's right at the top, right on top of that globe.
It's on top of the globe, says time travel.
Okay. Spectacular time travel documents. Go past general links right there. Crystal Cities under Hawaii. Keep going. It's under Crystal Cities of Hawaii.
You have about 1 million links here.
Yeah, it's the ones under general links at the very top. See where it says general link at the very top, Art? By the moon.
By the moon. I see the moon.
Okay, right next to it, general links on the left.
That I don't see. Well, I see GE and then it's cut off.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people here.
Something's wrong.
There's a lot of people on the web right now. Okay, see spectacular time travel documents right there?
Yes.
Crystal Cities under Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay, right there. Press the one under Hollow Earth Entry.
That I don't see.
Hollow Earth Entry.
Okay, I think, unfortunately, all right, let's forget that for a second, because I think something's wrong and I'm not seeing
right there under
everything.
Crystal City.
Some of the graphics aren't coming up. So just tell me about this.
Okay, I know what we can do, Art.
What?
Go to solartrek.com.
Solartrek.com?
Yeah.
Is that one of the links?
Yeah, that's their website.
All right. Hold on. That's
It's important you see this.
All right,
it's amazing.
Fine.
SOLOTREK.
Solo
Trek.
Trek.com.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's beautiful.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
All right, here it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like it's got two gigantic fans.
They are exactly that.
Okay.
It takes out vertically.
Yeah, I can see that it would. And
it's honeycomb frame, so it's light.
So these exist now, right?
Yes, they exist. Well, they're in the last phase of production. So
okay,
we got the bat.
What will this vehicle be able to do? I mean, obviously it's a vertical or personal craft of some sort.
It can fly close to the ground, getting past radar, which is pretty nifty. It's made for confined spaces, which is really good. It's actually...
How long will it run?
I have the stats actually on it. Let's see here.
That is, it runs on what, gas?
Gasoline.
Gasoline, all right.
Actually, JP4, JP5, and JP8.
Jet fuel.
Jet fuel, yes. Maximum speed is like 70 knots. Maximum range is 100 nautical miles. So
100 nautical miles?
Yeah, but we plan on actually modifying the fuel tank.
Well, if you're going to be descending into the Earth.
We're actually going to leave from a boat or up around Jan Mayen Island, Cook Island, somewhere up there, the island top of the world.
So you actually, let me get this straight. You've really got the funds together.
Yes, we do.
To do this.
It's a matter of if I just.
I mean, this is no cheap matter. You've got to get one of these Solar Trek,
these
which
guys
is really
are real
cool.
Supportive, yes.
And then you've got to. They were supportive when you told Solar Trek about it.
Solar Trek's actually, they just came out on the market. They're looking for investors. They're looking for publicity. They're looking for anything they can for their new company.
Well, you'll be publicity, all right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Exactly.
So they've made you a pretty good deal, I take it.
Well, actually, they're working. My investors are the ones that are purchasing all. So they're on the first batch because they're doing them in batches, and they will be available to the general public. By the way, the public sectors, also the military and paramilitary, which is pretty amazing.
You're obviously going to get one early.
I'm excited. I'm actually working on a TV show where they're going to have one on display, and I get to talk and go around it and actually get in it and stuff, and I'm really excited about that. It's awesome. I really am excited to fly it.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, personal flight, especially like this, where you're out in the open with the machine, has always attracted me. I broke my arm hang gliding because of that very reason. And so this kind of thing has always attracted me. But so you're going to get one of these. Then you've got to hire a ship. I mean, it's no small matter getting to near the North Pole.
Right.
That's going to cost a lot of money.
Yes, it is. And that's where our investors are really glad that we've got it was neat, the coincidental synchronicities in it all, how it just all unfolded and everyone came together.
Well,
it's still unfolding.
How do you get the ship?
You just rent them. You can rent them.
You rent them.
The main thing is getting there. Because we have a bunch of people on our crew. I belong to a bunch of news groups on the internet. I'm pretty much well known all over the world now, and people know I have a lot of energy and I constantly go. I don't sleep. I just meditate. I've made contact with so many people. A lot of people are involved and a lot of people want to participate, and that's great, and I recommend that. It's just gotten to the point where we've had intelligence come to our attention that there's security around the hole. Once you actually traverse past the security and traverse the hole, the intelligence within already knows you're coming, and they will navigate.
What kind of...
They'll put an electromagnetic bubble around you and navigate, so you don't have to worry about fuel.
Dallas.
Okay.
What kind of security surrounds the hole at the pole?
I would say our third-dimensional security and interdimensional security as well.
But not U.S. Marines?
I would say most definitely all the good guys are always keeping an eye on the hole.
The good guys?
Yeah.
What do you mean by good guys?
Well, I mean the agencies and armed forces definitely patrol the hole. They actually have what they call they're little mechanical bees or mechanical flies that fly in a swarm. And they actually micro-mechanical flying insects. And it's rumored that...
They protect the hole?
Yeah. They have cameras built on them, and they look like a real insect. They're getting pretty popular nowadays. And the interdimensional use the rod basically as to just watch a monitor, which is an interdimensional device actually. So the hole is protected, and with all this publicity, it's getting really interesting. We are shooting for our date. We may do it a week before or a week after a couple, but we do want to do it. There's a lot of people with a lot of money that want to, because I don't know the exact date, but there's signs you watch for art. The animals are a good sign to watch, by the way. When the newspapers fill up with pets that are lost and running wild, that's a great sign to understand that something is coming real quick.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
Jim Birkeland, the geologist, watches that very closely.
Right.
For earthquakes and so forth and so on. And I would think you would want to, because you certainly wouldn't want to be in the hole when there's an earthquake.
Actually, the animals are really sensitive. The whales and dolphins are already, they're already experiencing the shift. We are already in the shift. It's already started. It's just a slow process before it does it real quick. That's why the animals are going to go berserk again. They're going to beach themselves. Sharks are going to attack again. A lot of people say that's with heart, but it goes beyond, and it has.
They've actually been making videos lately of animals that attack their owners.
Yes, that's the shift. That it's almost, people are feeling it. They're feeling anxious. They know something's going on, but they can't put their finger on it.
What's going to happen? I mean, you must have done some research on this.
I've been researching this since I was a kid.
Hold on, slow on.
Okay.
When you actually begin descending into the hole in Earth, is it going to get hotter? Is it going to get colder? Is it going to be just a shaft that you're in? Are you going to be descending in a large area? What's the terrain going to be like as you go down?
Okay. This is what reminds me. I want to bring it up, and don't let us forget what we're talking about. There's actually a light within the cavern system, so it's illuminated.
Right.
The moss also glows too.
Okay.
And also the tribes of old and the intelligence from the solar systems.
What did I ask you now?
Okay, you asked me what the terrain was.
Yes.
The terrain actually differs. It's a misconception that it gets hot down there.
Okay.
That lava is actually a vent system that just it goes around the mantle.
So it's
so
vented. It's not everywhere.
No.
So in other words, it'll be what, a constant cool temperature then?
Some parts it's so cold it's hot. So that's kind of spooky, but
what does that mean?
That just means you don't want to go in that cavern, basically.
But, I mean,
there's
so cold.
There's all polarities. There's positive.
So cold that it's hot. I mean, you really have to try to explain that to me. So cold that it's hot.
There are some chambers that the tribes of old were actually smart. They learned, they manipulated the light that does come down there, the cosmic ray, the particles, to where they bounce off this crystal to that crystal to that crystal, and they go through the crystal caves, light up crystal cathedrals that are mineral cathedrals, like 20 feet tall. They're really beautiful. And they keep sparking and shimmering the light, so it lights up all the passageways. It's amazing.
So cold that it's hot.
Yeah, and then there's some caverns that are basically so cold, below freezing, that if you just touch them, it can basically freeze your foot off.
Oh, well, that would be traditional cold. It just, it's like a burn when you get something that cold. I see. So cold, not hot. I'm Art Bell. Dallas Thompson is my guest. He's going into the hole at the North Pole. Soon. That's who I am, all right. Dallas Thompson is my guest. He's headed for the North Pole in a vehicle, one-man vehicle, is going to descend down into the hole, Admiral Byrd talked about, down toward the center of the Earth. He's going to have a film crew. He's got investors. He's got the money. He's got the means. And in a moment, a couple of comments for him with regard to what the audience is saying about this this whole concept as explained thus far. All right. Once again, here is Dallas Thompson, who plans to go down to the center of the Earth. And Dallas, I'm going to level with you, and I'm going to read you a couple of comments that I'm getting. Typical comments I'm getting from the audience on Fast Blast, which is, our computer ability to send messages here, and some of it is rather harsh.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Now, for example, this guy is obviously manic and delusional, says one person. Let's see, another says, this poor soul is a bipolar manic in his manic phase. Another says, this guy sounds crazy as a loon. He makes JC sound normal. Now, that's pretty harsh stuff.
I send him love and light.
Do you?
And, yeah, I do. I've been doing live radio interviews for 2 years now, and I've encountered, you name it, I've already experienced that situation. So some people are angry when they first encounter opening their mind to new thoughts, and that's usually the first, wave. And then after that, they start to look into the facts, do their own research, and all I'm doing is asking people to look within themselves and find who they are and turn inside out, basically, because all the answers they need are inside. They just have to remember. I wanted to bring up, as far as the mantle, all of the tribes of old, the Hawaiian, the Mayan, the Aboriginal, Indian,
yes,
Egyptians, even back into Sumerian times, have had elders, seers, shamans go into the caves and caverns and keep the bloodlines going, keep the tribe alive.
Well, do you think they honestly understood what was within the earth, or even had been there, or
Absolutely.
or that it was a myth and a legend that grew? Because of course we walk on the earth, so we naturally wonder what's below us. But I mean, come on.
Actually,
this hollow world where there are beings living and all the rest of that, Dallas, that's pretty far out stuff. You got to
actually,
admit.
it's not. If you think of it, think of Mother Earth as a hive.
Well, yeah, but as a hive?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a thought. Well, in all the tribes of old Egypt, they have a tunnel under the pyramid that went past the mantle and tapped the technology. That's how they got the technology for that particular cycle.
Now, I was there and I didn't see it.
Well, of course you didn't see it. It's underground.
Well, I went down.
Well, there is access to the technology, which is from the beings. That's how they tapped it. That's how they accelerated their technology and amplified. Definitely. They had contact with beings from inner dimensions and beyond.
Well, what are these beings that are within the earth? Describe them.
Okay, well, there's actually tribes, humans, that live long because of the firmament atmosphere. It's pure. No cosmic rays, gamma rays.
Not all the PCBs and all the rest of that.
The ELF waves,
right?
the microwaves, all the pollution.
Yeah.
So they live longer. And there's also beings from other solar systems that live in other hive. They go from hive to hive, and when they come to our atmosphere, they prefer to go inside.
Did you know that Lee Iacocca allegedly once said, quote, "We've got to pause and ask ourselves, how much clean air do we need?" End quote.
Right. Well, we need lots of clean air. That's why I'm telling everyone to plant trees and to start, showing appreciation for our planet.
Well, what about the air below Earth? I mean,
as above, as
conventionally,
below.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, miners have gone down, and as I mentioned in the first hour of the program, they used to take canaries with them because in a lot of places there would either be poison or there would be no oxygen, and a little canary would drop over dead.
Exactly.
And that would be a big sign for them to go. And aren't you worried about that kind of thing when you go down?
That's security, by the way. That's a part of the security system is pockets of gas that they have where needed.
Well, yeah, but you're going to be flying down into this hole in the North Pole.
Okay, once they know I'm coming before I go. So once I get close to the hole and traverse into the dimensional opening.
Yes.
And this is documented, the holes here. You can look through history. Admiral Byrd with the Navy.
I know.
Okay, I'm saying for the listeners. They actually know I'm coming, so they will navigate me.
All right, but listen, for the listeners, let us go back. Admiral Byrd, what exactly did he document about this supposed hole at the North Pole?
Okay, it was February 19th, 1947.
Right.
Admiral Byrd traversed the hole. He no longer had to use his fuel in the plane. It basically was navigated from the intelligence within. He was guided to Crystal City.
Now, he wrote all of this down?
This is all within me. I just remember.
Within you. What about actual evidence, though?
This is actual evidence. This is documented. I have documents I can show you.
I know, but these are your documents, right?
No, these are the documents.
The
diary.
Well, that's what I'm asking about. What did he actually write in the diary? Not what you know is true within you.
I'm telling you the exact diary.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, he has actually a secret diary. I have it on my website, and I'll tell people I get there later.
You do?
Yeah.
A secret diary?
Yeah.
I mean, there actually was some public discussion about a hole at the North Pole that apparently was in quite a public diary.
Yeah, well, the Thule Society actually has some footage, which is pretty amazing.
The who society?
Thule.
How do you spell that?
I want to say, Thule.
Oh, Thule.
Yeah.
As in, okay.
Okay, well, anyway, when he was navigating, he was taken into basically the hole. He went past the mantle, and it was actually tropical. The floral and fauna was actually, the trees were actually 800 to 1,200 feet tall. Everything was more plush and greener.
Those are
big trees. He saw herds of mammoths.
Yeah, those are very large trees.
Yes, and mushrooms, plants, and he saw herds of mammoth. Mm-hmm. And so that tells us basically
like the woolly mammoth?
Yes, herds of them.
Wow.
And basically dinosaurs, they found the caverns were warm, and quite a few herds went inside the caves and made their way in.
Oh, you mean so dinosaurs continue then to exist?
Yes, they're real. They're there. I've actually seen, and this sounds far-fetched, but I've actually seen pterodactyls, and they are real and alive.
You've seen, well, wouldn't all of this be of a concern to you? I mean, if you're really going to go down there, facing off a dinosaur that's serious stuff.
It really is, but it's a lot of it down there is a dimensional thing, and a lot of it just goes by once word is known you're coming. I think that there's a telepathic communication type with all essence that's within that particular dimension. So if you come in as a stranger, I think the dinosaurs will halt you, and and all the booby traps will be set. But if you notify and they know you're coming and it's part of the process of what's unfolding, then I think it's a different thing.
What if you're wrong?
I know I'm not. And I know because I know because I know because I know.
Well, so it's a knowing. I mean, we can't question you beyond that. It's like an article of faith with you, right?
Right. Well, you know, people say, how can you prove this or that? Well, how can you prove angels? How can you prove ghosts? You know, they're there.
But these are the things that you just know about the inner earth.
In general, all of the whole big picture, I just am awake, and I do my best not to raise red flags and just, have people open their mind to the bigger picture and what's really going on.
Well, you do sound extremely enthusiastic, and some people read that as manic.
I'm just excited.
Yeah, I can tell.
The Soul Track to me is like the best toy I could have ever imagined.
It is a hell of a toy. I'd actually like to have one myself.
Exactly.
I don't think my wife would let me have it, but I'd love to have one.
Yes, you actually will be able to purchase them pretty soon. So, hey, Art, I have some Hollow Earth Tribe skull photos I really want to show you.
Hollow Earth what?
Tribe photos.
Tribe photos?
Yeah, they're skull photos of the tribes from a tribe in the Hollow Earth. It's amazing.
You mean photos of the beings?
Of their skull. It's about 5, 6 pictures of their skulls, and these are Hollow Earth beings.
Of their what?
Hollow Earth beings, and it's their actual skull.
What is a skull?
Their skull on your head.
You mean like a turban?
Well, actually, their entire head. It's the bone of their entire head. The bones.
Oh, you're saying skulls?
Yeah, skull.
Skulls.
Yeah.
All right. You see, I couldn't.
You have to see them, Art.
Do I?
Yes, they're amazing.
Where is it that I
on the Fly to Hollow Earth.
Wait a minute. You're just going to have to sort of.
Okay. The best way to do it. There's a flying saucer once you get to the Hollow Earth website that is spinning. It's right under the globe on top.
Okay, well, I'm way behind now because I was somewhere else. I was reading yet more things about you. On the Hollow Earth, Fly to Hollow Earth website?
Yes,
all right.
People could put Fly to Hollow Earth in Google and they'd find it.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I can't even get on right now because it's so jammed up.
It really is, and I really want you to see these photos. They're amazing.
Well,
hey, how about on break, I help you find them?
Well, yeah, but the problem is that right now they're assaulting your website.
Yeah.
And so actually, I just sort of got on. All right.
Okay, good deal.
Now what?
Okay, you see the globe there? Has the hole on it, the UFO and the moon?
Yep.
Okay, it's about 5 links down from the moon. Under Cosmic Manuscript, keep going past third and fourth dimensions.
And what does it say? It says
amazing pictures of Hollow Earth tribes, and keep going down until you see the UFO moving, swirling around. And you'll see right next to it, amazing pictures, Hollow Earth tribes, finally revealed.
I'm just not seeing it. See, what's happened is, because your website is so jammed,
what links do you see, Art?
Some of the graphics are just not coming up the way they're supposed to.
We don't need graphics. It's
So you're just going to have to tell me about it. These are skulls.
They're amazing. They're actually skulls from tribes within the Hollow Earth.
How do you know that that's where they're from, as opposed to just, I don't know, ancient above Earth skulls?
Okay, because if they roamed on the upper Earth, then they would be seen and not hidden, and so they would be common, not uncommon. They've managed to be eluded.
What is the difference, if I were to be able to see it right now, between a regular human skull or even an ancient skull and the skulls you're talking about?
They have a longer, I would say, bigger heads, a longer, I would say, brain. It's a bigger brain.
And where did you come upon these skulls?
They're actually from a library. This website, I have such an amazing story. The website I've created, you can't find these websites that I display on the search engines anymore. This has taken years of research.
Yes.
I happen to locate these in a library, actually a museum, and they're authentic and they're mind-blowing. And I've never seen them anywhere on the net except for Fly to Hollow Earth. And you have to see them, Art. Maybe on break we can attempt to find them.
Perhaps. Okay. But I mean, you've got to imagine that a lot of people in the audience don't have a computer, so they're not going to see them anyway, so it's best that you describe it.
Okay, basically, a lot of them, the skulls look like the Egyptian gods, how they had, the, inflated, skull.
Where were these, where were they found? Where were they found?
These were actually, discovered in a cave in the ground.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and they're really amazing. But I wanted to, bring up, as far as once you get inside, it's a firmament atmosphere. So the air down there is actually, it's breathable. Mm-hmm. But I would say the majority of the population is beyond the third dimension. They're dimensional.
Huh. Not physical in the sense of...
As far as the UFOs and all that good stuff and the aliens and what have you, I have some stories I want to bring up that are amazing. One about the blue orb and also the metallic orb. But UFOs, aliens are actually, they can take any form they need in any particular cycle. For the Hawaiians, it was the Tiki gods. For Egypt, it was the Egyptian gods. For the Aborigine, it was...
What about for the Christians, Dallas?
Well, basically, there's polarities in all energy. So...
you said that they took the form of these various gods. Are they virtually taking the forms of all gods? You're saying that all gods really are aliens?
I think that they can...
is that a yes or a no?
They can unfold that script if they want to.
So
but it may not be the genuine script.
Are you thinking that all gods are aliens? That's the question.
I would say that...
Yes.
Yeah, they're an alien to our perception. But in the divine process and celestial balance, they fit in with perfect harmony. Definitely.
Are all gods that we worship here on Earth, including the God of Christians, really aliens, masquerading? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that they can take any form they want. And if a form that is comfortable for you or me, that'll be basically what they present themselves. Basically, an alien is an organic flesh suit or a holographic laser.
So would you say then that most written literature with regard to the presence of gods on Earth, and there are many worshipped very fervently here,
right,
actually were aliens, and that's where this information has come from?
No, they were actually, we can get into the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, into that. So they're actually... Some are real beings, and...
Were Nephilim real beings? Were they...
Nephilim were giants, actually, once they breeded with humans.
Oh, yes, but were they cast down...
No? What was that, Art?
Were they cast down? Were the Nephilim cast down, or were those aliens?
Actually, I perceive, this is when I see the aliens, I see them as a holographic... perception that's projected. The source of it is in a whole other subject. They can take any form they want. The Nephilim are basically fit into the angel hierarchy. As far as beings, it's the Anunnaki and Nephilim have to do with Mars. They have to do with the moon. They have to do with our planet. I think all planets are a hive. My tribe does as well.
Mm-hmm. Dallas,
I actually have satellite photos of all the planets, and you got to see those too.
Yeah, Dallas, when my producers interviewed you, did you explain all this to them?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Why not?
I just briefly touched on the story and filled them in. And
what were they mostly interested in, Dallas?
They wanted to know basically what I know.
Well, then why didn't you begin telling them like this?
Because it just flows out of me, basically. That's why.
I feel the flow, Dallas.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, you're going to descend into the earth in this machine, and a lot of people are asking questions about running out of gasoline and the fact that you're going to get out, you're going to get, 100 miles? You think you go 100 miles down? On one tank, or even further? You said
once you get past the hole, I will be navigated, so fuel won't even be it won't be a problem. I will modify the tank, but once I actually traverse the hole, they'll navigate me.
And just like the Admiral, you're not going to need any more gasoline.
Exactly.
So your machine will be flying on dimensional energy or something.
It'll be actually an electromagnetic bubble that'll be around me.
Dallas?
Yes.
You might die.
I've actually am here for a reason. And I want to say to people that do have doubts that...
Well, all right. Say that when we get back, because we're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell. It is. And my guest is Dallas Thompson. And in a moment, we're going to learn more about Dallas on various levels. And what I'm going to do is open the phone lines and let you ask Dallas questions. I think that would be enlightening. So we'll do that coming up very shortly. All right, once again, into the dark night with Dallas Thompson. And Dallas, offhand, do you remember the names of the producers that you spoke with who did the pre-interview with you?
Pre-interview, radio interview?
Yeah, before you came on here.
Oh, I've been on several, BBC.
No, Dallas.
What?
No. Before you came on this program.
Oh, Lisa.
Lisa.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Lisa. Is she the only one you spoke with?
I think so.
I see. Lisa, okay. All right. There are a number of people who would like to speak to you now. It's a hopeless case, Dallas. I'm not going to get on your website because, as unlikely in some ways as it would seem, they're bombarding your website and they're looking at the skulls. And for example, Kendall in Colorado Springs, Colorado actually says, all right, the skulls look just like the skulls would be of the Coneheads. Now, do you remember the Coneheads movie?
I do.
You do.
But there's actually a pumpkin skull on there, too, that defies description.
A pumpkin?
A pumpkin head skull, yeah.
Timely, Halloween's coming. But, I mean, really, he thinks they look like Coneheads.
Yeah, some do.
Do they?
Just like the Greys. Some people think the Greys are cone, too.
Yeah? All right, I'd like to subject you to questions from the audience.
Okay. Hey,
right.
Lisa's not in trouble, is she?
I haven't made that determination yet.
Am I sharing too much?
Hold on a sec, okay. Dallas. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Evansville, Indiana. I listen to you on WGBF 1280.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad I got through. First time I ever tried and got through right away.
We're probably glad too.
Yeah. I was wondering if Dallas had ever heard that tape you had when it went out with the Russians sent that microphone down there in Siberia in that hole.
Actually, I have heard that. I actually have that on my Hollow Earth website.
Now, doesn't that...
you do?
You know,
I do, yes.
That very tape?
That very tape.
And
that
where might
it was with you, Arbel.
So, in other words, you took my recording?
No, actually, some website. I just linked to them, and they actually have the recording on there in a description. I can show it to you sometime.
Well, aren't you a little worried about that, Dallas?
It's a good point, Dallas. He's making a really good point. If this story, and it was a Reuters story, is true about scientists that drilled the deep hole in Siberia and then lowered the microphones into the hole and, as we all know, came up with a sound that... So, Dallas, I mean, he makes a really good point here. If you're going to lower yourself into that, aren't you at all concerned?
I feel that there's polarity within the cavern world. Some beings are just doing their part, and so I plan on...
Do you think that's down there?
I think that there is a cavern that I wouldn't want to visit.
So, in other words, it may be that the Russian scientists that drilled down in just happened to drill into the unfortunate negative cavern.
Yeah, something like that. And there's other caverns.
So, caller, he's not worried because there's positive caverns down there.
Yeah, well, okay. All right, well, good luck, Dallas.
All righty. Okay. When I say positive caverns, I mean they're like Atlantis. The ruins of Atlantis would be a certain tribe. There's
by
certain
comparison,
tribes.
Obviously. I mean, to that, anything would be pretty much positive, right?
Yeah, exactly. The technology is positive. It's what we do with it that I'm concerned about.
I understand. Okay, wildcard line, you're on there with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
It's Dallas.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I have two questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Quickly.
Alrighty.
You're familiar with the 1964 book, The Hollow Earth, by Dr. Raymond Bernard, I'm sure.
Yes, I've actually heard about that and looked into it a little bit. Well, I'm actually legally blind, so I don't read too much.
Okay.
Wait. Caller, can you hold on a second?
Sure.
He just said he's legally blind.
Yes.
Now that raises another concern for me. I mean, anybody who plans to take a flying vehicle into the hole at the North Pole and then on down into the center of the Earth and is legally blind, right there I see a problem, Del.
Actually, no.
A potential problem, anyway.
No, actually, my sight's actually better than it ever was. And it happened from the bright light I saw during my NDE experience. That's when I went to the medical doctors, and they said my retinas were burned.
But what if they're right? And what if you're really legally blind?
When that comes to play, I use my dimensional sight, my pineal gland, my third eye, if you will.
Okay, caller, dimensional sight. Anyway,
yeah.
caller, go ahead.
Only when I'm reading, that's basically the problem.
I see.
As far as anything beyond that, I'm fine.
You're okay.
And
all right.
Once I get close to the hole,
let the caller ask a question.
Okay.
Go ahead, caller.
Okay, Dallas, do you expect to run into the Anunnaki, our reptilian creators, when you get down there?
That's a good question.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. But we've already made contact, so I won't be, the first one. I'm basically just here to be a messenger and just open people's mind to the possibilities of a bigger picture.
But even that said, running into a reptile.
Yes, there is the reptile race, and I just have already experienced those particular tribe of beings. And
but they could conceivably have you for lunch.
That is a possibility, but why didn't they eat Admiral Byrd?
You are aware that Stitch and Anunnaki are reptilian beings, aren't you?
Yeah, they are. They're reptilian race. And they also have mantis-type beings and amphibian, all kinds of different suits that they, perform the stage of life on.
Well, they do live underground. My opinion, you will run into them if you make it.
That's true. That's a possibility.
And then you've got to consider that this really could be a faces of death kind of thing. I mean, of course, it'd be a hell of a thing to catch on camera.
I feel that
how will the film crew follow you in any way to below the ground? I mean, they will show you, I'm sure, taking off in this vehicle that you have shown us. Descending
a portable camera.
Descending into the hole. I beg your pardon?
A portable camera.
Oh, it's a good thing.
On my helmet.
On your helmet?
Yep.
Oh, you mean like in Fear Factor?
Yep. And it'll be linked to the internet and all that good stuff. Now, due to the publicity and the security we're encountering, we may pick a cave that my tribes are aware of. There's several of them that are safe ground to traverse into the hollow portions. So that is a possibility. But we could also use remote control devices to fly into the hole.
Well, just speculatively here, there's going to be a camera, you say, on your helmet, right?
Correct.
Now, in Fear Factor, they always have the camera pointed around to the person's face. That's not going to be the case here. It's going to be pointed out toward...
Yes, it'll be out. You see what I see.
So, in other words, we would see the lizard people or the dinosaurs or whatever.
And I can assure you the presentation that they will offer will be dazzling.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, it would be.
It's nothing to fear. They want to get the word out that, they're around. And they're around all the time, by the way. Shadow creatures, beings are around us all the time. And Halloween will be quite sparkly.
This Halloween?
Yes.
You have had some sort of vision about this, or?
I just know that the activity increases a lot, and... so do the shadow people. I wanted to touch on animals and Bigfoot, as a matter of fact, if you wouldn't mind. I have a story which is pretty phenomenal.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, I work with a friend of mine. We do construction on the side. He was doing a project, working on a fence in his backyard. Mm-hmm. A fellow by the name of Brett. Mm-hmm. They came to me as I arrived, said we scoured the area. There are no insects, no wasps or bees in the area we need to build the fence. I said, are you guys sure? Positive. We searched the area 3-4 times. Mm-hmm. We've killed dozens of them. The area is clear. So as the guy is telling me that, I look at the peripheral in the corner of my eye. I see a wasp nest, which is about the size of a softball above his head. Mm-hmm. And I say, are you sure about this? Have you looked above your head and saw the wasps that are up there? He looked at me dumbfounded. There's no wasp up there. I've, cleared the area. And I said, well, why don't you look? Mm-hmm. Sure enough, there's a wasp nest up there. Yeah. And after further inspection, the larva was 3 months old, so it had been there. Now, what they did is they lowered their vibration and frequency for a survival skill. to not be found.
So the wasps became essentially invisible.
Basically, yes. And animals can do that. Cats can do it. That's why there's cats around all the time, and you don't see them only until at one specific time when you catch them out of the corner of your eye.
Well, one of two things certainly is true about cats, and I have 4 of them. And on occasion they can find, or they can seem to find, hiding places that truly, I mean, I've looked in every crack, and
exactly.
This cat is not in the house, but then when you call it or you rattle food,
right.
Rattling food is good. From
where back to your vibrational frequency.
That pulls them back to our vibrational frequencies big time. They hear that food vibrating, and man, they are there.
Exactly.
They make a dimensional shift.
Right.
That is like instantaneous, and they come darting out of the darkness.
Yes, there's actually cats in people's homes and around.
Yes.
And they don't see them. These are animals. We're going to.
You mean it's like you have pets that you didn't even know you had?
Exactly.
What do they eat, though?
They have survival skills of old, like a wild animal, which has a script they follow, which is untampered. Their minds are clear, so the birds find food. But all animals can do this. They can manipulate, and it's a survival skill. The stray animals, once they remember what they've forgotten, they will survive. It's when they follow the master's script of "I will be home at 5 o'clock to feed you," and they get caught in that thought participation that. In
other words, put another way, when they get involved with us, everything goes to hell in a handbasket.
Yes, they begin to follow our time cycle and our participation in this time period.
I see. Otherwise, they'd be far better off.
Yes, exactly.
We're ruining them.
Yes.
We're ruining our own pets.
We love them dearly, but we need to give them more freedom. When our pets begin to act up and start wanting to run, you open that gate and let them run and follow them.
Yeah, and follow them.
Yes, because they're going to take you to safe ground.
Now, there was once some great person said, if you love something,
let it go, and if it comes back, it's meant to be.
If it comes back, kill it.
Well, if it's your pet and it's part of the family, I don't think you'd want to do that.
No, probably not.
And,
right.
And the sad thing is the pets feel the urgency. They know something's coming. They alert us. They give the signs.
Okay, Dallas, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello. Hello. Are you on the air? You're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art.
There you are.
Yes, it's Jeff calling you once again, Midland, Texas.
Yes.
Listening on KCRS 550 AM.
Yes.
Yes, I had a question. I'm an amateur photographer and filmmaker.
Oh, yes. Would you like to go along?
Well, yeah, actually, I would.
You would?
Yeah, but
even to the degree of accompanying Dallas down?
I'm not sure about that part.
Well, that's going to be the drama. That's going to be the big drama.
Right. My question is, as an amateur filmmaker myself, it's almost impossible to get funding, and I wondered, can you tell me, Dallas, who is backing you on this? I mean, I noticed that sometimes, like on National Geographic Explorer, they have really exquisite photography and programming and so forth. Who is backing you?
Okay. All right. Well, now I want to be careful here.
My contacts are remaining anonymous, but
there is no question. I mean, you have solid financial backing.
Yes, we do, and we actually have more.
May I ask you a question, Dallas?
Yeah.
You have more than you need.
Yeah, we actually have artifacts.
That's so unusual for an expedition of this.
Well, I mean,
sort.
As far as the funding.
No. I understand money.
Yeah.
Green every day, spend it in this earth money.
Well, the money is kept for the project.
Yes, I understand. But what I don't understand, Dallas, is in order to get this funding, people like yourself have to go to the investors, whoever they might be, and explain what they're going to do.
Well, we did that the first movie we were involved in after Kahuna died. We came in contact with a lot of artifacts that are worth
why it's worth investing in. So when you went to your investors on this project, going down into the hole at the North Pole, you would have had to have explained most of what you're telling me right now.
Yeah, but they were actually wanting me to do it years ago. After the first movie project, they were so excited and happy to be working with me and the projects that I conjure up. We actually had the funding then. When Kahuna passed away, we came in contact with some really rare artifacts, which are from the stars. They were priceless, basically. So, we have, and there are some in caverns and caves that are hidden,
And
this whole thing is priceless.
Basically.
So you explained to these investors that here's my new idea.
Exactly.
The last one worked, and now I want to go into the hole in the North Pole.
And they were ecstatic. They were more than willing. They wanted to do it a long time ago to create a new project. After Kahuna didn't die, by the way.
These people that are investing in you, they don't make snuff films, do they?
Who knows what their side projects are? I just know that they want to need
I just wanted to.
But the Kahuna didn't die. He just transferred.
He transferred. Yeah, I understand. In the Air Force, when you transferred, it was a whole different thing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, this is Jimmy from Bakersfield.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
You're right there. You're in the same town as Dallas.
Yeah. Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
Hi. How you doing?
Good.
Well, I have a plan, but before that, I heard the noise from the hole a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
And that's strikingly similar to a noise I heard the other night on the Discovery Channel. I can't remember the name of the program. It was something like Mysteries of the Deep, and this group scientist had sent some type of a microphone underwater. And they
heard something. They heard something like that underwater?
Yeah, and they got a sound from, it was one of the deepest trenches in the world. They were talking about the spine of the earth that goes underneath all the seas, and it was a sound just like that, but it was a little different, because it was underwater.
Yeah, well, Dallas, now we've got one of these from water and one of these from land.
There actually is underwater kingdoms, by the way.
Well, but if they sound like that, Dallas.
Actually, a mother earth spine, that is an actual system that connects at the four corners.
I know, but now we've got two. I mean, how many under-earth audio samples do we have? We have two that I know of. The one I have that I played, and the one this man is talking about that he heard on, what was it?
The Discovery Channel.
Discovery Channel, and it sounded like that. And so now only two samples, and they both sound like that, Dallas. That's got to frighten the hell out of you.
Yeah, there is a spooky aspect to it, I do admit. But like I said, I don't really fear, and I don't have fear. I just feel that I made an agreement to give my cosmic manuscript, which basically is going to save us from a heck of a lot of trouble. And so I did my part. And
besides this helmet that you're going to wear with the camera, that I guess you have to do, for the production value of the whole thing, so that your investors are happy. But besides that, what else are you going to wear? For this,
it's just like riding a motorcycle or, a snowmobile.
You're going to wear a Hell's Angels jacket or something? What?
It's a possibility I'll wear a patch on my back of my suit, just for you, Art.
A patch?
Yeah, a Hell's Angels patch.
A Hell's Angels patch. Or maybe a NASA patch upside down. They go up, you're going down, right?
Something to that effect, yeah.
A NASA patch upside down, that'd be good.
But, I'm going to wear proper attire that is fitting for the adventure, basically.
But you can't be sure it's not the rocket ship to hell. To be straight with you.
That's a possibility. If you guys keep telling me this, maybe I'll back out completely.
Oh.
I don't think so. But I've taken all of it in consideration. And if it's not me, it'll be a different explorer. But there's going to be a...
If not you, then who, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Dallas, hold on. Dallas Thompson is my guest. And he's going where no man hath gone before. No living man, anyway. Into a hole in the North Pole. And he's got people who put up money for this. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM, only in the middle of the night. Only in the middle of the night. Would we dare? It is indeed. My guest is one Dallas Thompson, who plans to descend into the bowels of the Earth, very center of the Earth. He will do this from the North Pole, relying on Admiral Byrd's word. That there's a hole there that descends deep into the darkness, or if you listen to Dallas, the not-so-dark inner Earth. Remarkable trek he's about to embark on. More in a moment. Once again, here is Dallas Thompson. Dallas, something your public awaits you, but there is something I want to ask you about. For a trip like this that is financed by, we haven't named them, whoever it is financing this, what about insurance, Dallas?
That's a good idea. I plan on not getting hurt, but I actually haven't even really. I have personal insurance, and I've just kept with that. So
you think your own personal policy would cover it?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have family? I mean,
I do. Actually, I do. I would like to mention the energy grids and why plants die in people's households real quick.
Why plants die in people's houses?
Every word you speak...
I would have gotten there very soon, but okay.
Okay, well, every word that we speak or think, every thought we have,
yes,
takes on a geometric shape. And they store in the energy grids, and they can store over towns and cities, and there's also residue in people's homes. That's why if people argue a lot, me being legally blind, I'm sensitive to vibrations or frequencies, I pick up on this a lot, the energy stores the residue within their home, and especially if they have dust. That's electromagnetic connection that accelerates it. But it actually will resonate negative energy if they argue a lot, and that's why they don't have houseplants. That's why they don't live, because
the houseplants
are really sensitive.
They're murdered by this negative energy.
Yeah, and that's what's happening to our energy grids. That's why Mother Earth is tired. She said enough is enough. And I'd like to touch on the pole, too, the possible redshift and blue shift. It's not just Planet X that is responsible for the shift. It's a wave, a magnetic wave. It could be coming from Etna Carina. It could be an implosion or explosion. That just as Planet X comes in our orbit, it could push it closer, or another planet. When I say Planet X, I mean a planet that is mysterious. That's the thought and image that comes to my mind is wormwood. But we are going to have a shift.
So it's entirely possible, Dallas, that you're going to go into this hole and you're never coming back.
I'm just visiting, Art.
I understand that that's your intent.
My essence and my being is love and light.
No, I understand. Certainly that's your intent. But you've got to face up to the possibility that everything you think might not be so, or there might be something that you didn't think about, Dallas.
Well,
like the lizard people, like the dinosaurs, like like the sounds that we have from down there. Whatever it is, some little fact that you missed or got wrong, and that would be, of course, the reason for you can't call AAA when you're down there. So, you might not be coming back, Dallas. It might be a one-way trip.
And I'm taking that in consideration, and I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I am. And this conversation brings more to light, and I get more insight of people that are, aware, and they give me their input. I just want to bring awareness because, I actually saw the hole. That's what this whole thing is about.
Where did you see the hole?
In my near-death experience, I basically, that's when I made the connection that there was holes on the pole. And that's why I want to fly, just to verify they're there.
Yeah.
Maybe if when I didn't even...
Well, are you going to, on the first trip, are you going to just scout it out and find the hole, or are you going to take this incredible one-man vehicle, air vehicle, into the hole?
I may do a few fly-arounds, and then go for it. So, and if I just get some aerial views of it, that's good. And it depends with the media that I have. And I want to say real quick, I'm getting thousands of email from all over the world.
It's very interesting, Dallas.
Yeah.
Do you remember Mel's hole?
I do. As a matter of fact, I do. And I know his story.
There were dimensional characteristics associated with Mel's hole as well.
Exactly.
So that, of course, wouldn't surprise you.
Not at all. And I'm not going to make the mistakes he made. I don't want to end up how that guy did. He basically, I'm willing to not red flag. I'm willing to work with the people involved.
Some things really went wrong for Mel, as you know.
Yes, he should have stayed in Australia.
Yeah, he was. He was having a good time.
Something like where all his teeth were missing and he's found in an alley.
It was a horrible story.
Well, I'm not taking that route, and I know better. I'm more intelligent. I'm willing to talk with people and come to a conclusion.
Yeah,
where
but did you hear Mel when he was on last about the animal that was
seal inside?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, what if something like that befalls you?
That's a possibility. And like I say, what you give off when you're here in the third dimension, that's what you transfer to when you transfer.
Karma.
So I get karma.
Yeah.
I give off only love and light. So I'm not too worried about I do transfer. I will go to that source no matter where I am.
All right.
I won't be trapped.
I got you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Madeline from Pahrump, Nevada.
Here in Pahrump?
Of course.
Hey, Madeline, you going to the Harvest Festival?
Well, No, there's too many freaks come out down there. They all come out of the woodwork down there.
That's the fun.
Huh?
That's the fun.
Sure, I'll be down there. Who isn't down there?
Yeah, that's right. All right.
Dallas, just a curious question. You're going to take this big trip.
Right.
What kind of proof do you know that it's actually there? Period.
I know because I know because I know.
Yeah, that's the answer he gave before. I know because I know because I know.
And you know, too. You just have to remember.
I know, too?
Yes, you
No,
do.
I don't know about that.
What he's saying is you have genetic memory of something.
DNA memory. It's Jacob's ladder. Once you accelerate it, you'll remember a lot.
So if you just let it flow, madame.
Exactly.
You see?
I do that on a daily basis.
Keep doing research.
It doesn't flow quite that well.
Do you have contact with spirit beings?
Excuse me?
Do you have contact with spirit guides and spirit beings?
Yes, do you?
I have contact, not personally, no.
Well, once you get to that dimension, they'll open up more.
So, but you have friends that have this sort of contact?
Yeah, they take drugs, though. No. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. No, don't be sorry. Dallas,
no.
It's a reasonable, perhaps, assumption that, Dallas, you don't do drugs, do you?
I don't. I've did back in the days before I woke up. I experimented and did everything an average kid will do.
Well, you did everything?
I experimented. I did. I opened my mind. I did a lot of.
Well, there you are. I did
peyote and stuff like that.
Okay, there he did everything.
How old are you?
31.
He's 31 and he's done everything.
I'm 31 and I've done everything too. But,
exactly. We ought to meet sometime for coffee.
No, that's okay. I don't think my husband would like that too much.
You'll have to fight with Lisa.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, no, okay.
All right, well...
well, thank you, Art. Nice to talk to you.
You're very welcome.
Hey, Art, can I say something really fast?
Well, you may, but Dallas, isn't it possible, barely possible, that you said you virtually consumed the pharmacy? So,
well, all shamans in medicine.
I understand, but I mean, isn't it possible that pharmaceutical prolonged experience?
I'm actually considered a star child or an indigo.
Yeah.
Someone said I'm a walk-in. I don't know. I'm looking into it. I'm just awake. I've got 4.0 grade average psychology in college.
You know what? I believe that.
Yeah, and my dad's a genius. He's a mathematic wizard. I'm just a really smart guy. That
I actually do believe that. You got it. You 4.0.
Yeah. That's when I actually, all my tapes are on audio tape, by the way, all my books were.
Where did you go to school?
It was like Folsom Lake College.
With a 4.0.
Yep.
I actually believe that, Dallas. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Yes, this is Mark in Bradley, Illinois, and I'm listening to you through 890 AM WLS in Chicago.
Oh, WLS. Yes, sir.
Yes. May 24th. 2003. I can't help but think your guest must be thinking that he wants to do this before Planet X takes place.
Yeah, that's probably a safe call.
Yeah, Planet X, the shift in general. I just it's not that I'll sit in a lawn chair in the middle of it. I just want to guide some people that have a lot to offer to some safe spots to make sure that we have some star children that make it through the shift. People have said I'm indigo, and that's a possibility too.
Have you talked with Mark Hazelwood?
Actually, I belong to one of his groups. I've actually I've talked to the guy. I'm aware of his thought, and he's real serious about his project.
When Mark Hazelwood heard what you had to say, how did he react?
He actually it took him to a deeper level of thought, realizing, wait a minute, I exposed my research is a hollow earth. I've looked into Planet X and Wormwood for a couple of years now, and once we met, it was actually refreshing to meet someone that's been researching and,
who understands you.
Yeah, that understands me. And there's a lot of people out there like me, and that's why I say I get thousands of email from your show.
Caller, would you say that you're one of the people that understands Dallas?
Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I've been making copies of that show and giving them to friends.
The Hazelwood show?
Huh?
The Hazelwood show, you mean?
Oh, yes. It's the Wednesday, Thursday, January 16th and 17th of 2002.
Yeah, you got it down, all right. So as a result of that, you understand what Dallas is all about and why he's doing it when he's doing it.
Yes.
Well, there you are, Dallas.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that agree with me all over the globe.
Obviously.
Can I say something real quick, Art?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm getting thousands of emails from all the world, and I apologize I can't get back to everyone in time.
Well, where do people send you email?
Okay, they can go to cosmicmanuscript.com.
Yeah.
That's actually my book. I'm really excited. I wrote a book,
Yeah.
It's not just
you
about
did.
the Hollow Earth.
Oh, you wrote a book?
Yes, I wrote a bestseller, by the way.
What is it?
Cosmic Manuscript. It's in Amazon, Walmart, Barnes & Noble, all over the world.
Dallas, did you really?
Yeah, it's amazing.
You are an amazing person, Dallas.
Yeah, this book is amazing. People say they just hold it and feel energy and vibration.
And it's gone up to a bestseller.
Yes. It's amazing. It talks about barefoot connections. It's basically an instruction, kind of a key to enlightenment. And it's an experience. It's not just a book.
No, the fact that it's out there and it's a bestseller is a comment on society as a whole. That's remarkable. And so...
I wish you'd read it, Art.
Uh-huh.
I really do.
Well, I'll give it some attention.
You have a better understanding of what I'm speaking about.
Right. It's remarkable. I mean, a bestseller. So...
Yep.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, sir.
Maybe they're going to eventually make your life into a movie.
That's what I'm hoping. And that's
really?
why I bring this up. The movie producer that called earlier,
yes.
Anybody interested, go to cosmicmanuscript.com and just email the author, and I'll get it. And I want to keep contact. Also, we have a Yahoo group, Cosmic Manuscript and Yahoo group. They can join from cosmicmanuscript.com.
All right, you keep giving that web address, which is fine, but you must have an actual email address, right?
Yeah, it's author at cosmicmanuscript.com.
Author?
Yes.
AUTHOR?
Uh-huh.
At cosmicmanuscript.com.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you definitely will get a lot of email.
I have been, and I'm excited.
If I'm asking you to be brutally honest with me, Dallas, of the gazillions of emails you said you get, how many would you say are supportive versus those who are not supportive?
I'd say 95% are supportive.
Are they?
I actually did a radio interview I'd like to touch on. It was so effective, and it basically time stopped. They're still mesmerized. It was Mark and Brian. And I actually had people showing up at my family's door in groups, leaving notes and bombarding with phone calls because they wanted to...
And what did they mostly want?
They wanted to be a part of the project.
You mean to actually perhaps...
Participate, like maybe with technical or... whatever their expertise would be, they would participate. And that's why I urge people to contact us and contact me, and I will get back with you. If it's not timely, it's because I'm overwhelmed with email, but I will personally email everyone back.
Well, as dangerous as this potentially is, should you really be involving others in it? I mean...
Well, if they're just going to do technical, like lights and, wiring so we can go mobile on the Internet, if they have an expertise that fits in, they're more than welcome to join. Now, if they want to actually... get a solo trek and traverse the whole, which I've actually had people
wanting to do
that, which is amazing. That we can try to work on something in that aspect as well. I don't mind going with someone.
It could be like a whole gaggle of people descending.
Maybe I could find some beautiful blonde that would like to fly down there with me or something, but you never know.
You're probably pushing it now.
I can always hope.
Although blondes...
I heard they're going extinct, but it was actually a joke.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Hi there, Art and Dallas.
Hello there.
I'm in Oswego, Kansas, and I just wanted to throw something out and then give my question.
Okay.
In the 1920s, we had an Arctic explorer here. I forgot his name, though, but I don't know if you've ever read Max McCoy's book, Indiana Jones and the Hollow Earth.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have that link on my Hollow Earth website. I hope they make a Hollow Earth movie. That'd be awesome.
He wrote about Oswego and this Arctic explorer, and that's why I was interested in tonight's program.
Yep, I am very familiar with it.
My question was, you write about Nephilim on your website, Giants of the Old, about in the Bible and like Hollow Earth.
Right.
And, well, it says on there how they begat with human women.
First-time callers, area code 775-727-1222.
And I was wondering if you believe there are any present day in Hollow Earth, or what the correlation between Hollow Earth and Nephilim, as they call it.
I don't know if we need quite that graphic a description.
Yeah, well, there are giants, and they do live in caverns and caves and in the hollow geode portion. That is a fact. As far as 40 foot tall, like I said, I don't claim the exact height, but I would say a good 12, 20 feet tall or more is a possibility.
You are prepared to meet creatures of this magnitude.
Yeah, I love humanity so much. I'm willing to take the step to help us accelerate into the dimensions, because we're shifting in the fourth or fifth dimension, if we like it or not.
Well, aren't you worried they will accelerate you like Pal Zoom to the moon?
It's a possibility, but like I said, I've already had contact with these tribes. It's not the first time.
Okay. First time caller line, you are now on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello. Turn your radio off, please. Turn it off. You gotta turn it off. All right, yes, you're on the air.
Okay.
Yes, turn your radio off.
I'm in the other room.
Very good. Hi. Very good. Very good. What is your first name?
David.
David, do you have a question for Dallas?
Yes, I have.
Fire away.
I wanted to know to what extent he thought that the things he's talking about may have inspired Edgar Rice Burroughs' Pellucidar series about the inside of the Earth.
I think there's cosmic consciousness that we can all tap, and it's a frequency and vibration that is floating about. And I have managed to tap it, and it flows through me. And a lot of artists and poem writers and novelists have tapped the same frequency and vibration, and that's where genius or greatness can inspire millions and people. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that he just tapped pretty much almost the same exact source I have.
Okay. So you don't think that Burroughs got this from somewhere else? You think that it was his own notion?
I think that the information's been construed all through the cycles, but he basically could have had hands-on.
All right, on that note, we've got a break, which we're going to do right now. We'll be right back with Dallas Thompson, who's going down there. Does a little talk of the fiery sewage pits of hell scare Dallas Thompson? No. He doesn't fear the Reaper. He's going down into a hole at the North Pole, going to descend into the bowels of the earth and meet with whatever's there. Dimensional beings, dinosaurs, lizard people, you name it, he's on his way. In May, as a matter of fact. We'll be right back. Once again, here is our guest, Dallas Thompson. Dallas, welcome back. We're in the stretch run here, Dallas.
Okay, I wanted to say real quick, I had some really professional editors in the industry. People think, knowing I'm legally blind, that I think dearly that edited my book and helped me with the Chicago style and made it into a masterpiece.
Right. Right you are. I was worried about your vision with the flying thing, but...
Actually, I have better vision than I've ever had. And I do take Nani, by the way, which helps a lot, which is from my kahuna, which is a root, and that does wonders for you. I speak about healing herbs, everything I shared tonight and much more in my book, and I do recommend it just because it is a key to enlightenment, like I say, and it basically will help the transformation basically go more smoothly.
Well, Dallas, I have a lot of new age type people who have spoken on the show about what they call a transition. They call it a transition, and they speak about it as though it's going to be all light and wonderful. And
it's going to be terrible.
But see, actually, most of the people on Earth, when you really press these folks, are going to die.
To have third or more.
That's a third or more. Yeah,
that's why I'm doing everything I can to
6 billion people. That's 2 billion people are going to die at the very least. That's a lot of
it's a lot
souls to be shooting up at once.
And we got to make sure that the ones that were awake are saved, so they can transfer the frequencies and DNA into the next generation.
Very good point, Dallas. Hold on. Let's continue. First time caller line. You're on the air with Dallas Thompson.
Hi, Art.
Hello there. Where are you?
I'm in Victorville. This is Nikki, and I'm listening to you on my XM radio.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you. I hope that I don't lose you, but I just want to tell you that you are the bomb. I have been listening to you for years. I love you, and I was so devastated because I called the other night, and as soon as you said hi there, and I started to say hi, your phones went out.
Don't remind me of that.
I was so heartbroken.
Don't remind me of that. I was heartbroken too. I was heartbroken for several days following that event. At any rate, you have a question, no doubt, for Dallas.
Yes, I do.
All right, proceed.
Mr. Dallas, I was wondering, since you have so much, you've gotten so much positive feedback from so many other people, why don't you just wait and get everybody that is interested in going with you, and everybody could go?
That's a good point you make, and that's a possibility.
Save the planet, in other words.
Yes, this is coming to me unfolding as we go, so I'm doing my part, what I was told to do, so I know it's a positive thing. Basically, the things that are hidden are going to be seen. So you guys, the shift is already happening. That's why I was saying the insects.
You said shift, S-H-I-F-T,
yes,
right? Okay.
The pole shift. We're going to be seeing insects that we never seen before. They've always been there. They just were in a lower vibration frequency. We're going to see animal.
How soon, Dallas?
We already are.
Wait a minute. But how soon is the real shift going to hit the fan?
We are in the real shift.
We are now.
Yeah. It's just it started slow to kind of like so the people that are waking up.
Well, then maybe I should ask this: how far into it are we?
We're just getting toward the turbulence.
The fan.
Yes. Exactly.
All right. Anything else, dear?
No, that's all. I love you. I appreciate the show.
Why don't you email me, and we'll keep in contact, and maybe we can work something on that.
Okay, I'll try to do that.
All right. It's good talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Art. I love you.
Take care.
You got a lot of fans, Art.
Well, indeed. They're wonderful. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Hey, Art. This is Chris.
Hello, Chris.
I'm driving westbound here on I-94, bouncing between KSTP and KFAB.
As long as you can hear us, yes.
Yeah. I had a question about, when you started asking some of the harder questions about what hard evidence he had, he said something about secret diaries.
Yeah, of Admiral Byrd's, yes.
Yeah, I was wondering how and where he got a hold of that.
You could type in Admiral Byrd's secret diaries in Google, and I'm sure you can find a handful, or I can personally email you some documentation.
No, he's asking where you got them. So you got them on the internet?
I got them from some inside sources. That's basically what I'll say.
Okay. Not just something off the internet.
Exactly. I have satellite photos that'll blow your mind.
Okay.
They show the hole, by the way.
They show the hole?
Yeah, I was trying to get you to look at them, but you said my website.
Caller, do you believe that there's a hole at the North Pole into which you can descend into the Earth?
Well, as far as from what I've heard of Admiral Byrd, he may have seen something, but the whole interdimensional, that stuff there kind of throws the whole
sir,
story.
can I ask you a question?
He thinks that's kind of off the edge, Dallas.
Hey, sir, do you think that there are beings, we're the only ones in the whole universe? That's.
Well, I've never said anything about that.
Right, so there is life out there, and it's possible they're from other dimensions.
Well, that's one way, I suppose. I don't know. The whole interdimensional thing has always kind of thrown me for
a loop.
Yeah,
and it's supposed to.
Okay. And then another comment for you, Art.
Yes.
I was wondering if maybe for a guest on Monday, Lisa might be interesting.
I think her dearly. She's a dear heart.
Yeah, Lisa's a dear heart. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson.
Hello. Thanks for letting me be here.
Oh, you're very welcome.
First of all, let's not crucify Lisa.
No. Oh, no. Lisa's a wonderful gal.
Okay. Wanted to say, I'd like to say to Dallas, I really appreciate you putting your information out there. I mean, you've been putting a lot of high stuff level information out there and putting it really fast, and hopefully the codes are getting out there. And
very quickly.
I appreciate that.
You got to listen very carefully because it does come fast.
It does come fast. It does come fast. But you know, it's good. It's probably just popping here and there like it's supposed to. Second, I wanted to say, hey. I'm not blonde, but I'm a professional actress. If you need any reporters to do play-by-plays, I'll email you my resume.
Hey, I'd appreciate that.
No
I
problem.
really would. I'll look forward to it. I'll keep my eye open. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Darlene. I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out.
In North Carolina.
And then my question, this is my last thing. I don't want to tie you up all night.
But Darlene, just one question. How would you like to be involved in the project? I mean, as a professional actress, how do you think you would fit in?
Well, you do play-by-play. Whenever you have these, let's explore the pyramids of Egypt. Let's look at the new opening of the new tomb. There's always somebody there who's narrating what's going on a little bit.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Keeping the energy going. When somebody's climbing down the tree, you got to talk.
So you'd be the beauty that would be on the ship, and as Dallas lifted off, you'd be describing the action.
Exactly.
And even before you lifted off, you'd be probably showing his vehicle that he's going to fly in.
Hopefully the cameraman can do that, but yes.
Well, I know, but you would be providing the color.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And then finally, my question for you, Dallas, I've heard you say you've seen the hole and you've checked it out with your inner guidance. I don't doubt that. My question is, the beings, have you been invited?
Have I been invited?
Yeah, invited.
I think the process that I'm ushering is part of the initiation or invite. I'm basically a spectator, just turning the wheel so that everyone can amplify, and that's my mission.
Yeah, but her question is valid. I mean, you just don't knock on a door with screams like that.
They know I'm coming before I would come. They would know that.
Oh, I know. Yes, I believe absolutely.
So I feel I would be invited to visit. That's it.
Well, there you are.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not exactly the same as getting an engraved invitation.
Right.
I believe that I would be invited to visit.
I plan on just visiting.
Like jail and Monopoly.
Like you said, you talk of it like negative, but I do think there are slave races that basically could have good intent, that they're just trapped.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if you listen to some people, we were a slave race. We were
right.
Mining gold, right?
Exactly. And even the Yeti is seen with coal on his fur. And that's suspicious, but...
Might have been just a bad Christmas.
It could be.
West of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Hi, my name is Val.
Hi, Val.
And I'm from Oregon, and I'm going to have to make it quick because my battery's dying on my phone here.
Uh-oh.
My question is, I'm kind of confused on how you're going to be exploring an interdimensional inner Earth with a physical vehicle.
Yes,
that's a good question.
Yeah, once I traverse the hole, there'll be an electromagnetic bubble put around me that will navigate. Hello?
I think she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone. She just wanted to pop the question. And
Okay. Yeah, once inside the hole, I'll have an electromagnetic bubble put around me as an Admiral Byrd and be navigated, which is basically to keep impurities from me, our atmosphere that comes through, and they're merging with their atmosphere.
Well, it's like you hope that's going to happen.
Well,
you can't know for absolute certain that's going to happen.
They greeted Admiral Byrd with open arms, so...
He really said all of that in his diary.
He did. And there's other explorers as well. He's not the only one.
And you have these secret diaries on your website.
I do. Also,
is it like you've got it in Byrd's handwriting, or do you have like a transcript?
I have the actual documentation.
Does that mean the actual handwriting of Byrd?
The actual, it's actually been, he handwritten one, and there's one that's typed. I have the one that's typed, and it's phenomenal. And there's a few other Hollow Earth researchers that have it.
Okay. That's remarkable stuff to read.
Really is.
I mean, it's a great opportunity for the audience.
It really is. I'm looking to make some movies. Like I said, I ask all people to contact me. If my mail is full, just email me in a week or two and keep at it until you get hold of me.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, people can get to my website or book from your website.
Oh, yes.
Also, they can go to Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble, Walmart, any bookstore locally, just ask the clerk. And CosmicManuscript.com, you can also go there. There's photos there. The book also has photos in it. And,
you've got documentation?
Yeah, and I have photos in the book, too.
Yeah, okay. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, turn your radio off and proceed, sir. Where are you?
I'm in a truck stop. I'm a truck driver.
How you doing tonight?
Figures you'd be in a truck stop. I mean, what part of the world?
Well, I'm in California right now.
California, okay. Anyway, you have a question?
Yeah, is this, I thought I was calling the Art Bell. Is this Art Bell?
Yes, yes. This is
Okay.
actually Art Bell, and you're actually on the air, so you should actually ask the question.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, man, this is hard to believe, Art. I've been listening to you ever since you was just on K-Don. Roy Masters was on just for you. Anyway,
it's a long
to
time
get
ago.
to the point.
Yes, please.
I lived on the bottom of Mount Shasta.
Yes, that's hollow, by the way. There's activity in there.
You better believe it.
Yes, there is.
I learned about the Lemurians and the Hollow Earth theory, and the Atlantis and Darta and the inner sun, and how they're probably going to come out around the year 2012 when the Mayan calendar runs out.
And 2012 could actually be 2003. That's
all right. Well, so in other words, Dallas, if you or somebody else doesn't go to them,
it'll come to us.
They're going to come to us.
Once we hit a frequency and vibration that merges. So what is that?
That's not a very comfortable thought. I mean, they're going to. I mean, we're talking lizard people. We're talking these large-headed, cone-headed things that are going to come up out of the earth. I mean, a lot of people aren't going to like that.
Yeah, well, that's the future.
Yeah. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dallas Thompson. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm on now?
Yes, you're on now.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for taking my call. This is Todd in Dayton, Ohio.
Yes, Todd.
I'm a little bit of a skeptic here. I'm sure.
No. Todd, no. You don't buy all of this?
Well, if there would be a hole in the top of the Earth, you would think that we would see it from satellite.
Well,
we do, sir.
Dallas says we do, and he's got the photograph.
I do, and actually the commercial satellites have blockers in them, so when they get to a certain part, they're not allowed to.
You know what? Actually, that's true. They do block some things out in satellite photos.
But I actually have some photos that made it through.
Really?
I would like to share them with you. Maybe
you can clearly see the hole.
And on different planets, too.
Okay. One other question. If we're going to be able to go to safe places, you're going to help us know where to go?
Yeah, that's my mission, is to save some tribes, save some bloodlines.
Okay. Now, is this going to be for people that are financially able to just pack up their families and quit their jobs and go?
Good point.
It's going to be both. It'll be a transition. That's the movement, the momentum that I'm starting.
Don't you see it splitting families apart, though? I mean, like wives taking off and joining you, and the husband's going, hey, where'd she go?
I don't see that as a problem, really. But
Art is not just that, but, if I leave my job, I'm going to be fired. And
if you leave your job, sir, if you leave your job, a lot of necessary cargo is not going to make it to where it needs to go.
This is true.
But it could be a matter of him surviving, too. What's more important, your money or survival?
Well, let me see. Money,
it's one of these things that if it doesn't come to be, just like, they were saying that, the world was going to end 9 years ago and all the planets were aligned, or it was going to fall into the ocean.
That's a good point.
If this, for some reason, doesn't come to pass, who's going to be held responsible?
Yeah, Dallas.
I'm not claiming, I haven't claimed.
Come back on you?
I have not claimed any dates, for one. I'm just bringing the whole...
But you are saying soon.
I'm saying soon. I see the pole shift coming really soon. California will be underwater.
And that's...
And it will be aqua. It will be like an aquarium, aqua water.
California will be underwater.
Yeah.
So many people are saying that.
Yeah.
Very worrisome.
So that will come to... That is a true prediction, and it will unfold.
Dallas.
Yeah.
We are out of time.
It's been great, Art Bell. I appreciate it.
I don't know how to find... the right words to express what it's meant to me to have you on tonight. So
I appreciate that, Art.
I'll just, people will email you and they will express their views, I'm sure.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Good night, Dallas.
You too.
All right, that's it, folks, for me this week. Everybody have a good week from the high desert. I'm Art Bell. This is Crystal Gale. But you should hear that in its entirety. Beautiful Crystal Gale actually sang that for me. Well, folks, that's it. Dallas Thompson, the link's on my website. If you want to pursue this, if you're electrified, we've got the links up there right now. Follow Dallas as far as you dare. From the high desert, once again, I'm Art Bell. Good night. Good night.
Good morning. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be about the hollow earth. Now, I didn't realize until I began to dial the phone number. I looked at it and thought, hey, boy, is that a long phone number or what? That's weird. Well, the reason it's weird is because my guest, Jan Lambert, is in South Africa. That's where we're calling South Africa. To be specific, Johannesburg, South Africa. So, that's very interesting. He's online right now. Jan Lambert was born in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. Grew up on a farm during a fierce bush war. Seems like they're always going on. This was during a time of rebellion against England and total world sanctions against Rhodesia. Ah, yes. Upon leaving school, he moved to South Africa, where he spent a short time in the South African Navy. Jan has been involved with computer programming, consulting, and so forth for the last 20 years. He's always had an intense interest in UFOs, prophecy, and the paranormal. His first contact with the Hollow Planets idea was the result of reading a book in the 1970s entitled Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon. It made a deep impression on him in 1992 as a result of his computer work and his need for software support from the USA. Jan joined CompuServe. Really? In 1996, his fascination in hollow planets was renewed and decided to apply his computer analysis skills to the subject. For the next 3 years, he engaged in his feasibility study of possible hollow worlds, and thus came the book Hollow Planets. In 2001, he planned to write an Arctic Mysteries book, to a follow-up book about the Arctic and the Hollow Earth. But the severe political problems in Zimbabwe, to the north of South Africa, and its possible effects on South Africa caused him to postpone his Arctic book and instead write a political book called Government by Deception, which is due out here in the USA in March or April of 2002. Well, all governments are by deception. It's just a matter of degree. At any rate, from Johannesburg, South Africa, it's an incredible place. I've been there. A few years ago, my wife and I went to Johannesburg, and a lot of other places in Africa, and I'll tell you, it's as far away, basically, as you can go from where I am without starting back. You know, on the other side of the world. It is as far away as you can go without starting back. That's how far away it is. The only way to describe how far it is. The exact, almost opposite side of the earth, not precise, but pretty doggone close. And going there is a real experience. I mean, you get on a 747 and you live on the 747 for 24 hours. It's a really, really, really longest flight I ever took, 24 hours on a 747. Out front, they made the chairs into beds, and you got to sleep. You had to sleep. So it's a long way away. In a moment, we go to Johannesburg, South Africa. Let's see if we can do it. All the way to Johannesburg, South Africa, and Jan Lemrick. Jan, welcome to the program.
Hi there, Art. Nice to be on the show.
It's absolutely amazing, frankly, to be able to speak to you as far away as you are. And as I was telling the audience, you seem to be about as far away from me as you can be, or me from you, without having to start back in the other direction.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's almost exactly on the other side of the earth. Judging by time zones, it is almost there.
Well, that's amazing. What time and day is it there, pray tell?
It's now 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's 11:15 here at night.
Close.
So, how is it? Sun is out, beautiful day, birds singing. What's it like there?
Actually not. It's cloudy and overcast. But that's not normal for Johannesburg. Normally it's sunny and warm.
Normally, right. Weather is changing all over the place, Jan. It's a very interesting time we live in.
Yeah.
All right. All my life, and since I've done programs like this, Jan, people have been telling me that there are people who believe that the world that we live on actually may be hollow. And a lot of times people like this are laughed at, I think. But I know that there are a very serious group, and I think you're one of them, that believe this may be true. Could it really be true?
Well, this is the question that was on my mind, and that was why I read a lot of old stuff. I started off by reading all the old books, and there's a lot of them. And this thing goes back all the way to Sir Edmund Halley. And it's a fascinating idea, and a lot of the concepts that became what you might call traditional Hollow Earth come from Sir Edmund Halley. The idea of a planet with a thin shell and a planet with a huge hole at both ends and all that sort of thing. Most of those ideas came from him 300 years ago. But you know, there's obviously a lot that we've learned since then, and what brought me back to it was that book, Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon, because it started talking about the Apollo 12 seismic experiment where they crashed part of a rocket into the moon, and then some scientists said that the moon is ringing like a bell and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's exactly. Now that you mention that, you're exactly right. They said it's ringing like a bell. That the shock wave went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, just like a bell. Those were their words. You're right.
And you know what? There was a quote from a scientist, an American scientist at the time, who said that this is almost as if the moon were a hollow titanium ball. And of course, afterwards, the scientists kick in and then they say, nah, it's not really so. You can explain it in this way and that way. And so the whole idea just sort of faded away. But what got me interested was, as you mentioned earlier, I've always had an interest in the paranormal and the weird and that sort of thing. And I like to think that I'm an open-minded person, that I don't just reject ideas just because an idea seems to be nonsensical at first. I like to sit down and have a think about it and so forth. And when I wrote my book and when I did my study, because the subtitle to my book is A Feasibility Study of Possible Hollow Worlds. And that was the whole point of the exercise, was to say, let's do a lateral thinking exercise. Let's jump out of this rut that we are in. Let's jump into another thought pattern and say to ourselves, what if? Could a planet be hollow? And of course, the first thing you must realize is if the world were really hollow and nobody knows about it, then it can only mean one thing. It can only mean that there's a cover-up of some kind. So when I started this study of mine, it was in an open-minded way and saying to myself, I am open to the possibility of conspiracies. And I think there can't be many people alive today, unless they're brain dead, who don't believe in some kind of conspiracy somewhere in something.
Oh, Jan, we were just talking about conspiracies in the hour before you got on the air. Believe me, plenty of people here believe in conspiracies. Just one little note for you, and I also mentioned this in the first hour. There is a very interesting issue of the journal Science, very well respected. A couple of archaeologists report finding 2 stones near the mouth of a small seaside Blomus cave in South Africa, there where you are. And what they say about this is pretty interesting. They say that if this is correct, then when the time when they thought man came to Earth, well, they could be wrong by as much as 40,000 years. 40,000 years, Jan. So what the scientists think, Tuesday is not necessarily what they think Wednesday, and they're not missing it by a little, they're missing it by a lot.
That is an excellent point, and that kind of thinking is very, very important to this. People think, oh well, we have solid Earth, we know this about gravity, we know that about the magnetic field. And the point you make is so true. In one day, they could discover one fact. And that could change and have such a ripple effect on all of physics. Yeah. Tomorrow they can make a discovery about gravity. And that can change every book on physics would have to be rewritten, So small things can make a big difference. And my experience in the computer industry and with logic is that you've got to be so careful with logic. You've got to draw a line between what you say you know for sure and what you think the evidence points to. If you're looking inside the Earth, for example, we know more about the surface of Pluto than we know about what lies 20 miles underneath the Earth. It's as simple as that. We have never extracted so much as 1 grain of sand below 20 or 22 miles of the Earth. So, you have to look at what we arrive at by extrapolation, by theory, versus what we physically have in our hands.
All right. Well, let's try it piece by piece then. I will assume that you think that there is at least the possibility of the Earth being hollow. If the Earth is hollow, let's explore a few questions. People would say, first of all, okay then, where does this lava? I mean, we see these volcanoes explode, one in Washington not all that long ago, and all this lava comes flying out. The solid material, rocks and lava and all the rest of it come flying out. That would indicate something fairly solid down there somewhere.
Yes. Well, you see, one of the most interesting misconceptions that all of us have when we've been to school is we come out of school and we immediately imagine that the Earth is composed largely of this ball of lava. But if you actually go into scientific text and you see what do they exactly know and what do they say they have discovered, then you realize that the Earth is actually solid and solid and rigid. And the important term here is rigid, because seismic waves, when there's an earthquake and seismic waves move out in all directions,
right,
we know that those seismic waves reach virtually every part of the earth, including the opposite side of the earth where the earthquake took place. Now there are different types of seismic waves, but in short, the fact that they travel everywhere tells us that the earth is basically rigid like a rock. And what happens is, where this lava misconception comes from is deep inside the earth. Deep inside the earth, the pressures increase to such a degree that rock starts to flow. But it only flows because of tremendous pressures, but that still doesn't mean it's a liquid. And in fact, scientists tell you, and scientific texts will tell you, that lava is a surface phenomena. The lava that actually comes out of a volcano is caused by stresses right here in the upper crust of the earth, and there is no lava that comes from deeper than 20 miles. And another fact about lava is that most lava is slightly radioactive. This is where a lot of their dating comes from. And this radioactivity is caused, believe it or not, by decaying uranium and radium. In other words, there is radioactive material in the upper crust of the earth.
Okay.
This is causing heat, and that's where your lava is coming from.
All right, and you say 20 miles, right? You said 20 miles.
20 miles is not much.
Well, how far have we drilled into the earth? I've heard reports of the Russians going that we went 30,000 feet maybe, and the Russians have gone farther than that, but not much farther. So do you know how far we've gone into the earth?
The last I remember reading was, I think the Russians reached about 20 miles or something like that. That was up in the Arctic, up on the Kola Peninsula. So I mean, in one spot of the earth, we have drilled one little hole 20 miles deep, and nobody else has surpassed that.
All right. Well, but way beyond 20 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. What do we know? What do we know about those areas? I mean, what do we really know?
The only way we really can tell things about the inner Earth is seismology, on the one hand, and the other thing, a newer technique, is the use of microwaves, I believe. But I haven't seen all that much material about that, though I'm looking for stuff about that, and there's a specific reason why. But for the most part, everything else we know is based on seismology. And then again, you must keep in mind that all our seismology is based on the fact that our instruments are sitting on the outside of the Earth.
Right.
So when you have an earthquake in LA, and we measure it on a seismograph, say here in South Africa, all we know is the earthquake took place on this time, and the seismic wave arrived here at that time, and we can tell a little bit about the sort of vertical and horizontal components of that wave, but we can't tell that much. So all we know is that this wave took so many minutes to get from A to B.
Right.
We roughly have an idea of the angle at which it's arrived, but we can't tell exactly the path that it took inside the Earth. That is actually where this thing becomes very interesting.
In other words, it could have taken a path that would be 20 miles deep, or it could have come straight through, or it could have been any gradient in between. We don't really know how it got from A to B.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, the only way that they know, you see, what happens is scientists go through a series of steps before they arrive at their answer. And unfortunately, and the steps they begin with is right back at a thing called gravity. But now, just before we touch on gravity, the point I need to make is, just to elaborate a bit more on what you've said there, is that you don't know the path. And as far as I know, I don't think scientists have ever sat down and said to themselves, we will now take all this data that we have from these different earthquakes, and I mean they have hundreds of thousands of incidents to work with.
Sure.
Okay, I doubt that any scientist has ever sat down and taken that and said, okay, let's try different models and try this model and that model and this model and that model and see how the data that we have fits in with different theories. I don't think they've ever done that. My understanding is that they jumped straight off to a certain idea and started from that point. And they said, well, this must be the way to go, so let's go this way. And I don't think they've examined other possibilities.
Well, that's why I read you the story about the, now today we know man might be 40,000 years older than we thought story.
Yes.
These are the things on the surface that we can examine, and now you and I are talking about something that really they cannot examine. They are only virtually guessing at, based on somebody's original concept, like a myth that's been with us all this time. Is that sort of right?
That's right.
All right, we got to take a break here because we're at the bottom of the hour. But when we get back, I want to talk about gravity because that's really, really, really interesting. The whole subject of gravity is interesting because that's another thing that scientists don't fully understand. Half of the scientists that I talk to think that we're being pulled pure, that the mass of the Earth creates the gravity, because it's a big rock. The more rock, the more gravity. Others think we're being pressed in upon rather than held down. So nobody exactly understands gravity, not fully. I'm Art Bell from the high desert and Johannesburg, South Africa. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, I get these computer messages while I'm doing the program, and Dean in Delaware says, obviously, wouldn't a hollow Earth have less mass, therefore, obviously, less gravity? Jan?
That is exactly the path we're about to walk. By the way, for people who are on computer, maybe they can click through to my website via yours.
Yes, we have a link there.
And on my website, under latest news, there are two sections that might be of interest to people. The one is a piece that I set up and called Visual Seismology, a whole bunch of pictures about seismic waves and detailing a whole lot of things that I did and discovered, which I don't think anybody has ever done before, and some Arctic photographs and things that might also interest them.
All right, I am slowly making my way to your website right now. It's getting a lot of very heavy traffic, so I'll have it up here shortly. But we've got a link,
I'm
folks.
sure it does. Sitting here in Africa and being served from here to you.
Yes.
Okay, with regard to gravity, now we're getting into the interesting stuff. You were talking there about being pushed or pulled and that sort of thing. I looked into some of that. I'm very open to those ideas. I like the pushing theory. One thing I'll tell you that I discovered, that I told Dr. Van Flandern, I assume that is who you've been talking to about some of these things.
Oh, I know him well, yes, of course.
Right. I actually helped to discover a little something for him that he liked. There was a mathematician by the name of Leonard Euler, and he's regarded as the father of modern mathematics. He was a genius. Most of modern mathematics actually comes from that one man. And Leonard Euler wrote some books on physics. He was a very prolific author, and he actually wrote some text explaining 225 years ago why gravity cannot be an attraction and why it must be a pressure. And I passed those things on to Dr. Van Flandern because I put that in my book when I wrote it originally.
And how did he react to them?
Oh, he liked it very much. It was the first time he had seen that. And so that was a little something academic that I discovered that most people had forgotten. And it was very interesting. Leonard Euler is a most fascinating man. Just as a teeny-weeny digression, this guy went blind, and even so, he did extremely complex mathematical calculations in his head, and he could solve equations even though he was totally blind. And one thing about Leonard Euler that a lot of these atheist scientists should remember in this day and age was he firmly believed in the existence of God, and he believed you could prove it mathematically. And it was a big part of his life.
I hear a bit of edge to your voice when you say these atheist scientists.
I think a lot of scientists are atheists.
I think they are too.
And it's kind of almost like a bit of an intellectual arrogance, you are living in the past, so therefore you believe in a God, we don't need one, sort of thing.
I guess science probably gets there, Jan, because they're in this place where they have to prove everything, and if they can't prove it, then it can't be true.
Yeah,
so
that is one way of looking at it.
So they end up being atheists. All right, so let's get back to gravity. Now, about half the people I talk to, the legit scientists, do think that it's pressure rather than an attraction, but most seem to agree that it has some relationship to mass.
Yes. Now, what's interesting is the original experiment that by which they arrive at the mass of the Earth, or they think they arrive at the mass of the Earth, is a thing called the Cavendish experiment. And in a nutshell, they take two lead balls, they put them a certain distance apart, and then they measure the attraction between them, because the attraction is extremely small.
Sure.
So they measure this attraction, and then they extrapolate. And this is a thing that science often does, and it has also come short on this before. And what they do is they say, if a lead ball weighing 1 kilogram has an attractive force of X, then the attraction that we measure here on the surface of the Earth must be caused by a mass of Y. Okay, and that mass works out as 6 trillion tons, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And then they say to themselves, okay, we know the Earth is this big, and we have 6 trillion tons to pack into it, sort of. Okay? So then they say, okay, well, on the surface of the Earth, we find the density of the Earth is much lower than the average density that we need. So therefore, there must be more mass deeper inside the Earth. And so what they end up with is a kind of a packing exercise, where they find that the mass that they need is too much for the sphere that they have. And so they end up going with these spheres within spheres that get ever more denser. And so that is how they start off trying to match mass and seismology. Now, once they've got their model, and they have to account for this mass at all times.
Well, what do you see? What do you see that's wrong with the model?
Okay. The thing that they might be missing is that maybe the mass of the Earth is not what they think it is. For example, if you look into gravity, you will see that there are a lot of people who, for decades, have been saying that there may be other factors influencing gravity. For example, electricity. A lot of people have talked about the possible influence of electricity and gravity, and it's not just nutcases who come up with this idea. There was a scientist in the 1960s and 70s who did a lot of electricity and gravity pendulum experiments, and he still said that his inspiration came from none other than Albert Einstein, because he studied under Einstein, and one day Einstein said to him, there's got to be a relationship between gravity and electricity. And so this guy tried to find it. And so what it boils down to is there are still people, all sorts of people, and it's not just Dr. Van Flandern is but one of many people who are looking at gravity from all sorts of angles.
Yes.
And I spoke to a microwave engineer, for example, who's very interested in the electricity gravity thing. And among the things he said to me was he believes that if there are currents, electric currents, that run in parallel, that they will increase gravitational attraction. So what you could end up with is, if there are other influencing factors inside the Earth, because we know the Earth is definitely not as neutral and as dormant as the lead ball. The Earth is actually quite a vibrant, almost living entity. It's got electric currents running along the surface of the Earth. It's got electric currents running deep inside the Earth. So how do we know that those things do not affect gravitational attraction?
Well, we don't know, and in fact, I would agree that it seems quite likely.
So something like that could be there. Now, there is an interesting piece of evidence from seismology which might actually be proving that already.
Well, I mean, why else call it electromagnetism? We all did it when we were in school. You take a piece of metal, you wind a lot of wire around it, and apply a current, and you have instant magnet.
Absolutely.
Right.
And based on the Earth's magnetic field, they estimate that there must be electric currents of up to 1 billion amps circulating deep inside the Earth.
Boy, we could use some of that power.
So, the one thing they don't look at is whether any of that has any effect. In other words, that less mass can have more attraction. Another thing as well that scientists also don't discuss is electrostatic attraction. Because electrostatic attraction is vastly stronger than normal electrical forces. And even a little bit of that could also affect it. So at the end of the day, we don't know whether there are other things inside the Earth that affect the gravity. But there is possibly evidence in seismology, but nobody seems to look at it. And I'll explain to you what it is. Because of the supposed gravitational attraction that we have, as you go deeper into the Earth, the pressures become greater and greater. And so what happens is, because of these pressures, at a certain point, rock is supposed to start flowing.
Right.
And so what should happen is between a depth of 70 and 150 kilometers, there should no longer be earthquakes because the pressures are so great that the rock will flow and there will never be the sharp fracturing that you need for an earthquake.
It'd be more like the rock and pond thing, right? In other words, a shock wave hitting liquid would be more like a rock in a pond. It would produce sort of a...
Well, in this case, what they say is there can never be a break because most earthquakes are caused by rocks suddenly fracturing.
Yes,
but if the rock flows, it can't fracture suddenly because it never gets to that point.
It's like plate tectonics. We understand what happens there because that's pretty close to the surface. But down there, if it were liquid, as was pointed out, you wouldn't have breaks. You couldn't have breaks. You've already got liquid.
Yes. So in other words, if the stress builds up, then the stress relieves itself by flowing at a very slow pace. It flows, and so there can never be a sudden stress. So what happens is, according to scientists and according to all the known materials they have, there is no material known to man which will not be able to flow beneath a depth of 150 kilometers. And therefore, there should, between 70 and 150 kilometers, we should see less and less seismic activity, and then below 150, none at all. The reality of the matter is that there are things called deep quakes, which go down to 700 kilometers beneath the Earth.
Well, you know, it's funny you should mention that, Jan, because a few years ago on this program, I read about a quake somewhere in South America. I can't recall exactly. It was in South America, 700 kilometers deep. And that damn thing was felt all the way to New York.
Absolutely. It was one of the most devastating quakes and felt the furthest distance from it.
You've got a good point.
South America is actually quite a hotbed of these extremely deep quakes. So what happens now is we now know from earthquakes that we have epicenters down to 700 kilometers beneath the surface of the Earth. And so what that tells you straight away is rock is still fracturing down there where it shouldn't be fracturing.
You're right. In other words, conventional theory says there couldn't really be earthquakes that deep because there couldn't be rock the way we know rock, only liquid, but yet we are having those earthquakes. Very good point.
Now, in my book, I have a most interesting diagram which shows the relationship between depth and pressure and temperature. And so what happens is, according to conventional theory, as you go deeper, it gets hotter and hotter and hotter.
Right.
And so what happens is when you look, and we're not just talking a few earthquakes, we're talking there's something like 25,000 plus earthquakes which have occurred below 150 kilometers. And what happens is, with these earthquakes now, goodness, I lost my track of thought for a second.
Well,
sorry about that.
All right. Well, again, I guess we're at the overall point, which I thought you made really graphically well, that there can't be earthquakes down there, but we are having earthquakes down there. And so there's your point.
What I wanted to say was also this relationship between temperature and pressure. As you get deeper, the temperatures are so enormous that obviously the rock cannot be rigid anymore.
Right.
And if you look at these graphs, you will see that the only conclusion you can draw as to why earthquakes are taking place at that depth is that the rock must be cool. It must be a lot cooler, and we're talking hundreds of degrees cooler than they think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this could open up a whole new, now this could go back to your pressure theories of gravity or other theories, because what I basically am wondering is whether a lot of what we know about gravity dies out in the first few miles of the Earth's surface, the first 100 or 200 miles. Things change a lot. We don't know exactly how it behaves deeper.
Okay, may I interrupt you and ask you how you imagine? That's really, really interesting. That as you would descend into the Earth, gravity as we know it would really be completely a different thing. How do you imagine it might be different? If you were down 200 or 300 miles, what then?
Now you've got me with an interesting thing. It may be that you even enter a state of weightlessness at a depth much less than you think. And I'll tell you, as I look at, when we get to the deeper stuff of seismology, you will see that I start pointing to the possibility that maybe density even decreases at a certain point. And that is, now we are out somewhere else, okay? But wait until you see how that fits into the seismic model. And for the people who can get to my website, they can have a good visual look at that, and they'll be able to catch what I'm saying, because it's quite frightening.
Well, it's interesting because when you get 200 or 300 miles above the Earth, gravity goes away, basically, and you are weightless as you circle at that distance, and we have things, plenty of things circling at about that distance, as a matter of fact. So if you were that far into the Earth, and it wasn't the way they think that it is, then your theory could as easily be true as not, couldn't it? Oh, that's fascinating.
It's very different. And you see, this is why I was saying to you, when I looked at this whole thing, I did it as a lateral thinking exercise.
I understand.
And many people wonder, why am I so insistent on my book and what I've done? And it's because I truly feel that I've got some ideas that nobody's thought before, and I'm sure that there are lots of bright people out there who could actually take this further. And that was why I wrote the book as what I called a feasibility study, because I came to the conclusion that I really think I'm onto something here.
You may well be. A lot of people would ask, we have traditional ideas of the way worlds were formed, even the way suns were formed, lots of controversy and questions about it, but we do have fairly traditional ideas about the way a planet, say, was formed. How could a planet be formed and be essentially as you imagine it could be?
Maybe a hollow planet.
Yes, hollow.
What I thought of was, I hit it from two different angles. There seem to be only two possibilities. The one that I quite fancied, which was kind of cute, but I don't push it in a big way anymore, was, I don't know if you know, but there are some geologists who believe that the Earth is expanding. And they cite various evidence, and they've even put together ideas saying that you didn't have plate tectonics that caused, like Africa and South America to split. You actually had an Earth that's expanding. And if you were to analyze it from that viewpoint, it actually makes more sense. So they say. And I wondered if there was something that could make it expand. And I went and dug into the possibility of nuclear reactions in the core of the Earth, which is something I hope we will touch on a bit later.
Right.
But the other possibility, and this seems to be the one that makes the most sense, was suggested to me by somebody some years ago. And that was, if you have a cloud of gas, and it's coalescing to form a planet, a sphere, and that cloud is rotating, then you will find that the rotation and the centrifugal force will cause it to turn into a shell. And in fact, he said,
that's true.
And here's something quite freaky. He said, the faster it rotates, the bigger it will become. And it will keep expanding until it reaches a certain point. And the amount by which it will expand depends on the rate of rotation. Now, just the curious thing about the solar system is if you look at all the big planets, the really big ones, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., they have incredible rates of rotation that are stunning. And all the small planets rotate slowly.
Well, you realize this is purely heretical to, it's just
freaky.
Absolutely outrageous to planetary scientists, some of them anyway, or even most of them. But when you think about it, thank you, hold on, we're at the top of the hour. When you think about it, if you think out of the box a little bit, you know, their box, that's their box, remember, folks. If you think out of it, then you can get to an idea like this, and it makes perhaps as much sense as what they say. Mm-hmm. I'm Art Bell. Back now to Jan Lembrecht, the other side of the world, almost exactly from me in Johannesburg, South Africa. And we were talking about how a planet, a hollow planet, could possibly form, and you sure did make sense with the answer when you consider the swirling effect and what it would produce. That makes sense.
There's something I can add to that.
Okay.
I actually took that idea and I spoke to a professor of mathematics, a guy I know who is pretty open-minded. And I said to him, what do you think of this idea? And after some thought, he came back to me and he said to me, this idea makes sense, and he would take it further. He would say that if you had a homogeneous sphere of swirling material, and this was rotating, then it would settle into three different portions. Right at the very center would be a ball. Then there would be an area of low density or nothing at all, and then an outer shell. So in other words, he ended up basically with a hollow shell with a ball floating right in the middle. And that was his answer to me.
Then there could be this whole area short of the ball, if there is even a ball there,
yes,
that would be open, hollow, virtually hollow, empty.
Yeah, cavity, yeah.
A gigantic cavity. It would be a cavity that if you were there would be a world.
It could be. Now this is where the next thing I wanted to do, and actually probably the most important part of the exercise, was seismology. And so, knowing that scientists work on this presumption, as we said, a seismic wave goes from A to B. What path does it follow? And the way scientists approach it is they say, we know the mass is 6 trillion tons. Therefore, we will interpret that path according to that model of ours, which we've packed with those spheres of differing density.
Right.
And so they always work with seismology within very narrow parameters. They're always having to account for the 6 trillion tons. If not in this sphere, then in that sphere. But they've got to have that 6 trillion tons taken care of. Otherwise, they don't go further. And this is where I stepped right out of the box and did something totally different. I didn't worry about masses. I didn't worry about anything like that. I was concerned with only one thing, and that was, how do the facts of seismology, which we know about the surface of the Earth, fit in with the idea of a hollow world? And so then I started looking at this thing, and the first thing you realize is that the traditional hollow Earth, with a thin crust of 1,000 miles and that sort of thing, doesn't work. It can't work. And so, because what would happen is you'd have an earthquake, and you'd have this huge cavity that would block out all seismic waves, and they wouldn't travel very far. They would travel at certain angles and maybe cover about a quarter of the Earth's surface, but the vast amount of the Earth would never receive any seismic waves. So that is the first thing that stands in its way. And I had a look at this, and I wondered to myself if there was any possible seismic model that could actually work for a hollow planet. Because on the face of it, it looks like an impossible requirement. And one day when I was sitting and having a look at this thing, I suddenly hit on the idea of what if density at a certain point begins decreasing? Because as you go into the Earth, density increases because of the packing and the weight of the stuff above it and so forth. But as you go deeper, could it be that at a point it starts decreasing? And then what would the effect be on seismic waves? And to my astonishment, I realized that it would cause a strange thing to occur. Some seismic waves would continue along near the top of the Earth, but others would start curving around the Earth, curving around a cavity.
That's right.
And depending on the density and the packing and that sort of thing, it is quite possible for seismic waves to then travel right to the opposite end of the Earth. And that is quite a fascinating revelation.
It certainly is. You were going to say something else. We have a slight delay, of course, from here to South Africa, so we're going to step on each other from time to time.
What I wanted to say was, and when I saw that there was an answer to something that was theoretically impossible, and the first person who saw a lot of this was Dr. Van Flandern. I sent a copy of my book to him, and he browsed through it because he's a very busy man, and he said to me, the most important thing in your book is your seismology. And that is the thing that I always wanted as a result of my book. I actually wanted somebody who was a geologist or a geophysicist or a seismologist to just take that little model, take that idea, and theoretically match up the real data that we have with that model. Now, I, of course, did quite a few exercises of my own, and a friend of mine wrote a program to model some of my ideas, and we used that on that web page that I called Visual Seismology, comparing hollow Earth and solid Earth. And we took that thing and we played with it to show that theoretically that kind of thing can work.
Your model, in other words, scientifically, your model would work as well as the next guy's theory.
Yeah. In fact, maybe even a lot better. And the point is, because scientists have always approached the problem from such a narrow point of view, always got to take care of that 6 trillion ton, they've never been really flexible in testing a wide variety of ideas. And so, I'm quite sure when I look at my model closely and I study it really closely and I compare it to theirs, I am sure that there are a number of points where mine is far superior to theirs. And this is the thing I actually want them to test, but it's a real problem getting people to look at it. I have, over the years, had one or two open-minded guys have a look at it. There was one geologist who looked at my book, and he loved it. And there was one geophysicist that I managed to get to look at my chapter on seismology, and he actually commented that everything I said was very reasonable. There was nothing outlandish, nothing weird. I know the facts, I'm following the facts, I'm following the rules. I'm just thinking very differently. And as we get deeper into that, you will see that there are some interesting things. For example, at a certain distance from an earthquake, there is a thing called the shadow zone. It is an area on the surface of the Earth that gets less seismic waves than the other areas. Now, scientists try to explain that with their models, and I've got pictures of that on that web page, explaining how they see it. But with this thing that I've told you, where you have increasing density and then decreasing density, you have a funny thing that happens. Some waves go up and some go down and around the Earth. And this causes an area in between of less seismic waves. And you know what? If you get the parameters right, then it matches that shadow zone that they're talking about.
Well, I like the quote I'm on your webpage right now, and today's quote says, "It is a good morning exercise for a research scientist to discard a pet hypothesis every day before breakfast. It keeps him young." Conrad Lawrence.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of those.
That's a really nice quote. I like that. Listen, also on the front part of your webpage, it says, Arctic Expedition News. I am trying to raise money for a trip to the Arctic to test my ideas regarding Crocker land and the polar hole. The polar hole. What do you believe about something up there?
In the Arctic. Okay, this goes back to the old hollow earth stuff with Sir Edmund Halley. Edmund Halley looked at the aurora, and he looked and he came up with the idea that maybe the aurora is some kind of reflection from some kind of light inside the Earth. And so this was where ideas came up that there might be some kind of sun inside the Earth and all sorts of things. And all these hollow earthers talk about this hole that might exist in the Earth. Now, Halley, 300 years ago, was the first guy to study the Earth's magnetic field. And it was the motion of the Earth's magnetic field that made him think that there is this polar hole. And so he came up with the idea that in the Arctic, the top of the Earth is sort of chopped off, and there's a gigantic hole 2,000 miles across.
Mm.
And of course, and even now, you still get people producing NASA photographs and saying, oh goodness, this must be it, this must be it. Cover up and that sort of
Well, there are a lot of legends, we all know, about a polar hole. As a matter of fact, there are legends about the Nazis, and
yes.
a polar hole. There are legends about Admiral Byrd.
That's right.
And now, legends sometimes, of course, are blown up and outrageous and totally have no relationship to the truth. But more times than not, there's something that started them. There's some kernel of truth somewhere down there that supports all of this all this time, or they die out. So could there be some truth to this?
Right. Well, what I was looking at was, as I said to you at the beginning, I was open to the idea of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so one of the reasons why I tackled this problem originally was because I began to wonder if all this weirdness that we love so much with UFOs and God knows all these different things. Okay.
Sure.
I wondered if a lot of these things had a common origin. And and that also added to this thinking of the hollow earth. I wondered if the weirdness wasn't so much out there as under here. And I began thinking of subterranean things and that sort of thing. And I even wondered, for example, take for example UFOs. People say, well, if we're being visited by aliens, why doesn't the government just tell us? And I used to wonder to myself, could it be that if you knew the truth would be so freaky that you would understand why they're covering it up to begin with? And I wondered, for example, could it be that UFOs actually come from the Earth, as bizarre as that sounds? Imagine.
Not that bizarre.
Imagine.
No, not that bizarre. I hear that all the time on a program like this program. My question to you is, I mean, it's not even it's a question. You are trying to raise money to go to the Arctic. Now, you wouldn't be trying to raise money to go there unless you thought
there was something there.
That's right. Isn't that right?
That's exactly. So what I began to think about in a nutshell was that this polar hole idea of 2,000 miles across and all that sort of thing, that's nonsense. And I looked at every single photograph that anybody ever produced. And I've got them all reproduced in my book. I've got a beautiful collection of, quote, hollow earth photographs. And the truth of the matter is not one of them represents a hole. There is no hole. You can look on maps, you can look in photographs, you can look anywhere. There is no evidence whatsoever of a polar hole. But being open-minded to the possibility that things can be hidden deliberately from you, I began to investigate the possibility that maybe, take for example cartography. If you go and get yourself any decent map, you will see on the bottom of it, it says, maybe it's from the National Ocean Service or whatever. But then in the bottom it will say, prepared by a military department. I can't remember the exact name. It's something about a mapping department in the United States military.
Yes.
So you begin to realize that all cartography is controlled by the military. And so they can put things on a map or take things off a map. They don't want you to know about it.
They can also have things removed from satellite photographs, and they can do all kinds of things.
Exactly. Now, I mean, as a computer programmer, I'm very suspicious of satellite photographs because they're all digital.
Yep.
And digital things, you can have a filter applied to it. Filter being a computer program that is set up to look for certain things and remove them. And they have these filters on photographs that come from satellites. In fact, in my book, I make an interesting point. Carl Sagan said that once he viewed a photograph of Phobos, the moon of Mars, and it looked like it had a hole through it, or there was a hole. There was an area that looked very bizarre. And then he applied a filter to it, and then this thing went away. Now, you wonder to yourself, okay, maybe in that case there wasn't anything suspicious, but you wonder to yourself if on normal satellite photographs, before a company, even a private company, launches a satellite, how do you know that there isn't a procedure in place
I don't.
where before the satellite is launched, the military comes along, or there's some government rule which says you will comply to this and this and this.
Or you will put this chip in there or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm with you all the way. And so you're basically saying that everything we rely on with regard to the Arctic
could be controlled
by our government.
Right. So what I was looking for was, I said to myself, they can control lots of things. Or let's put it this way, they can control certain key things and fool you with that. But there's lots of things they cannot control. They cannot control the weather. They cannot control ocean currents.
They're making a good shot at the weather, you know.
Okay.
If you look at the U.S. Air Force website, it makes a claim that we will own the weather shortly. They actually say that, yes.
My goodness.
I know. Well, we live in strange times, John. Listen, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, and he's quite right about all of that, you know. I wonder how this is resonating seismically with you this morning. Fascinating stuff. Jan Lembrecht, all the way from Johannesburg, South Africa. Here on the other side of the world, I'm Art Bell, not far from the Valley of Death. And this is Coast to Coast AM.
Is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
You know, if Jan got the money, which he may, and went to the Arctic and did find a hole, did find an entrance, I wonder what he'd do. And I think that's what we'll ask. That's coming up in a moment. Okay, let's try the question. Jan Lambert was in Johannesburg, South Africa, with a connection better than I frequently get to Las Vegas, just over the mountain from me here. Jan, if you were able to raise the money for an expedition to the Arctic, which you obviously are striving to do, and you got sufficiently funded, and you got there, and you did find something that apparently led endlessly downward, what would you do?
Obviously, the nice thing would be to explore, but the truth and reality is this, is I doubt that there's anything I would find that wouldn't be known already, because if there's any exploration that's been done, you know, assuming such a thing exists, okay, and I myself, I'm not totally convinced it exists, but I remain open-minded enough to want to give this a shot, okay, is assume something is there. I would assume the military has been all over it. They've mapped it as far as they can possibly map it until maybe they were stopped or whatever. But I would assume that even just the slightest hint that such a thing could exist would cause an utter furor. Now, my expedition is like that seismic diagram. It's something I want to test. There are two things that I want to test as a result of my book. The one is to get somebody to test the seismic diagram. And the other one is to test the idea that the maps of the Arctic have been tampered with. And the best thing I could come up with was there were claims by hollow earthers that there used to be pieces of land and islands and mountains on maps, which were then removed. And so I spent a lot of time looking into that. And the most interesting stories I came across were places by the name of Crocker Land, Bradley Land, Sannikov Land. And Crocker Land especially is the really interesting one.
Tell me about Crocker Land.
Okay. In a nutshell, what happened was Admiral Peary, when he was traveling along the northern coastline of Alaska in preparation for his trips to the North Pole, he wandered along a place and he came to a place called Cape Colgate. And at this place, there was a mountain. And he went up onto this high hill. It was about 2,000 feet high. And he looked out over the Arctic and with his binoculars, and he saw a continent. He saw mountains. And he named this thing Crocker Land. And then he carried on for a few days, traveled to another point along the coast, went up a hill, looked out across the ocean, and he saw these mountains again. And he named this place Crocker Land. And when he prepared for his Arctic journey, he said that on his way back from the North Pole, if he gets a chance, he might send some people to go looking for Crocker Land. Now, not too far from there is another place called Bradley Land, very close by. And when Dr. Frederick Cook went to the North Pole, he was carrying along across the Arctic ice. He was far away from the coastline now. And as he was walking, he saw to the west of him, he saw land. And he walked parallel to the coastline for about 50 miles. And at a point he stopped and he took a photograph of it. That photograph is on my website in the latest news section. And you just go down there and you'll see a picture which shows an Eskimo sled, and far in the distance you see these round hills covered in snow.
I see them.
You see.
Yeah, I see the sleds and the dogs pulling, and I see what would appear to be hills or mountains. It's hard to discern in this resolution, but obviously very large things.
What he said, based on him walking for 50 miles along its coast, is he estimated that those hills that you see there were 1,800 feet high and were 14 miles away.
Oh, really?
And do you know, that is the only photograph that exists of Bradley Land. That. And Dr. Cook is kind of the hero of my book. He may have been the original guy who stumbled on something he shouldn't have stumbled on. And he paid the price for it. Dr. Cook eventually went to prison for a crime he didn't commit. He was accused of fraud, but he actually didn't defraud anybody. He went to prison. Everything he wrote about the Arctic was thrown into question, and for decades he was regarded as a liar. And then eventually, bit by bit, as time went by, academics went and they started looking at Dr. Cook again, and they started realizing that he said so many things and discovered so many things before Perry. And do you know, Dr. Cook's reputation has eventually been totally revived.
Well, it says here that at that time he actually was accused of faking this photograph.
That as well. He was accused of faking everything. He said, for example, that he climbed Mount McKinley in Alaska, and there were people who testified against him, and later on it was discovered that military people had paid them bribes.
Oh, really?
And all of these things that I'm telling you are known now. And if you go to the Frederick Cook Society and you start following up on recent developments in Arctic history in the last 10, 20, 30 years, you will realize that everything that they accused Dr. Cook of, they have discovered that actually everything he did was honest. The only remaining thing about Dr. Cook that has not been proven true is that photograph that you see there. And Dr. Cook said exactly where he was when he took that photograph. Now, that is a few hundred miles from where Admiral Perry saw Crocker Land. But it is entirely possible that Crocker Land and Bradley Land are part of a larger piece of land. And just before those guys discovered those things, there used to be a lot of talk in Arctic circles about the possibility of finding a continent at the North Pole. And the first serious evidence of that was a American scientist of the U.S. Geodetic Survey by the name of Dr. Harris. And in the National Geographic, round about 1904, he put forward the case for there being an entire continent north of Alaska. And the way he arrived at it was his subject of study was tides. And he said that the way that the tides move along the northern coastline of Alaska shows him that there is a body of land, there's an object to the north of Alaska which is blocking the flow of water and causing the tides in the west to be different from the tides in the east. And so he put forward the idea that there's a huge continent up there. And the idea of a huge continent was something that almost every Arctic explorer knew about. And there were even people who died trying to get there. There was somebody who tried to sail up through the Bering Strait and to try in the hope that warm currents from the Bering Strait would melt a lot of ice up to the North Pole. Mm-hmm. They tried to sail from the Bering Strait right into the North Pole. And what happened was they were caught in pack ice. The ship was crushed. Most of the people got killed. But this idea of there being land there is very interesting, and it's something that's been totally forgotten. And when I looked into this in more detail, as a result of what Perry and so forth had discovered, in 1914, they put together a very big team of people to go looking for Crocker Land. And they trekked out to the place where Perry was. And the guys involved were Admiral Macmillan, and there was a Lieutenant Commander Green. Now, Green is an interesting character because Green had a master's degree in science, and he was the scientist of the trip. They had about 30 people, and then weird things started to happen. Mm-hmm. Among the things that happened was there was an instance where Green murdered an Eskimo. The Eskimo went crazy, and there's a lot of stuff as to we don't know why exactly what happened, why Green had to shoot the Eskimo. But the Eskimo went nuts. Whether the Eskimo saw something, I don't know. But it's a very strange story. Then what happened was they all went out to the spot where Perry had seen Crocker Land. They went onto the hill and they waited. And then they had some clear days. And on those clear days, they could see out before them, across 120 degrees of the horizon, they could see hills and valleys. They saw an enormous mountain range. So then what they did was they started crossing the ice. But the problem was the ice, the currents in that part of the Arctic are very strong, and they cause the ice to crush together, and it's very, very difficult to go over it. It's like climbing small hills all the time. And so they battled and struggled out into the Arctic Sea. But they found that as they got closer to these mountains, that the mountains always seemed to be further away. And they carried on like this until they were about 90 miles away from the coastline. And then they ran out of supplies, and they had to turn back. So then what happened, because the mountains always seemed to recede, Macmillan then said he thinks it's some kind of mirage. But the problem is, and in my book I did quite a study of this. I actually spoke to an expert on mirages in Canada. And the problem is with the kind of mirage that they had, is that it was so huge, so consistent, it could not have been something small that was magnified. It could not have been that.
Well, it would also be a mirage that was caught quite readily by the camera that took the picture I'm looking at.
Okay, yeah, whether that is part of the same mirage is an interesting thing, and that's one of the things one would want to look at. I have a suspicion that even though Bradley Land and Crocker Land are a certain distance from each other, we may be talking the same thing here. Uh-huh. And so what I want to do is, if I had the money, I would like to go to where Admiral Perry was and stand on the same hill and camp there for a day or a week or 2 weeks or however long it takes. At the same time of the year that he was there, which we're talking any time between April and June. I would like to go there. I would like to stand there. I'd like to take my camera with me. I'd like to take some binoculars with me, and I would like to see what they saw.
Jan, if there is an opening anywhere there, where would it most likely be, or where would you guess that it would be? Are you going to guess that it would be somewhere in Crocker Land?
My guess would be if they are removing things from maps, then it must all be in a similar kind of a region. And so the shall we call it the suspicious area, would be somewhere, say from 200 miles or so north of Alaska, all the way up to the North Pole. Somewhere in that vast area, I think there's something. And so what I would like to do with this expedition idea is see if I can actually prove that a map has been tampered with. That would be the real key. Because let's say you could see a mirage. Then you can take photographs of it. You can prove it. Maybe this mirage, because they went back to this thing, and Green, whereas Macmillan concluded that this was a mirage, Green did not. Green actually went and wrote several articles, including one in Popular Science, where he said that there is an island the size of Pennsylvania out there. Okay. And as a point on my latest news, among those Arctic things, just a little bit lower than where you are,
Yes.
you will see that there's a link there to the Popular Science article. And if you want to have a look at that, that was written in 1923 in Popular Science. It was written by Commander Green, and it's the incredible, incredible story that maybe the Vikings who used to live in Greenland, the climate changed, it got colder, and maybe they moved to Crockerland.
Let me ask you a question that probably you can't answer, but you could try. You know, you make the assumption that our government would be well aware, or perhaps many governments would be aware of what is there, someplace there. What motivation would they have for keeping this secret for probably a very, very long time now? Why keep it secret?
I would assume that it would be the same kind of reasoning that they use with regard to UFOs. That for some reason they regard this as sensitive. Maybe in the case of the Hollow Earth, you maybe have even more reason. For example, if there are other things there, maybe you would come into conflict with another civilization. Maybe it might even be just a case of a loss of faith. You know, no longer is the United States the only superpower. Imagine if there was a bigger superpower. You know, what then? You know, that sort of thing.
That would definitely be bad. We would regard that as not good.
Yeah, you know, so then it might create, you know, I mean, I'm jumping the gun talking about UFOs coming from the center of the earth, but I'm saying, you know, maybe it's something like that, you know.
Well, it's certainly as good an explanation as coming from so many light years away that most traditional scientists say, why, it's utterly impossible UFOs couldn't be here. They simply couldn't. You know, we've got Einstein's, you know, the speed of light and all the rest of that. And they say, well, it can't be. Well, it could be if they were coming from a point closer, so it's as easy to imagine as the other.
Well, you know, there are two things about the argument of them coming closer. The one is, whatever applies to the hollow Earth would apply to all planets. And so one of the offbeat ideas that I mention in my book is the possibility that maybe the norm for life is not the outside of planets, but the inside of planets.
Maybe we're the abnormal ones. Are you aware, Jan, of all the reports of UFOs that have been seen diving into the sea?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Now there's another thing, is like, how do you know that it's not just aerial vehicles that come out? How do you know that they don't have a type of a submarine? You know, what we might call a submarine, like you say, diving in and out, that it can travel underwater as well.
The fact is, we don't know, nor do we know where it goes when it gets underwater.
Yeah.
There have been aircraft carriers, you know, that have had sightings of craft just right into the ocean and or right out.
Now think about something else about UFO sighting. Have you noticed how many UFO sightings are totally mundane? Like an alien lands, he walks up to a guy, he exchanges a few words with him, he walks away. It's like he's totally nonchalant about the whole business. It's not like, hello, I come from 50 light years away. Who are you? Kind of thing, you know? Mm-hmm. He's totally casual about it. And also there's like a total lack of curiosity on their part in some ways. So one of the things that I wondered is, does it mean that, you know, we think they come from like 100 light years away and therefore finding us is a great thing, when in fact they maybe lived here for the last 10 million years, they know us better than we know ourselves. They don't even need to talk to us because they know more about us than we know about ourselves.
Exactly right. Hold on, stay right there. Take a look at the picture on his website. We've got a link on my website. Oh, the mountain. Look at the mountain behind that sled. It shouldn't be there. All right. We will get the phones open for Jan sometime during this hour, shortly, in fact. However, I would ask that you all remember there is we're talking to the other side of the world here, so there is a bit of a delay between when you ask a question and when it's answered. So you have to be pretty much prepared to ask your question and then sit back and listen to the answer. When you attempt a rapid-fire, two-way conversation, satellite connections of this distance tend to produce talking over one another, so you've got to kind of prepare your question that way. Now, I do get questions by computer, millions of them. Mark in Oregon asks a pretty interesting question, John. He says, the USS Nautilus sailed under the North Pole in 1958. It sailed on a route north from Alaska. Would it not have bumped into Crockerland?
That's interesting. You see, the problem is when you're dealing with the military is what did the military do versus what they tell you they did? Because, military deception is just a normal part of the military way of life.
That's absolutely true here and in your country as well, by the way.
Everywhere on Earth.
Yes.
And I've always had a bit of an interest in military history, and it only serves to make me even more suspicious when you see the lengths to which they go to deceive people and to deceive their enemies and so forth. And the one thing I will tell you about that Nautilus incident, for example, was when they sailed under the North Pole, or they said they did, that actually occurred without any fanfare and with deception. Because I was reading some time ago about that. I just happened to be in a bookstore, and I saw a book on transportation. And I opened this book, and it mentioned that incident where Nautilus sailed under the North Pole. And it mentioned in there that at the time the sailors were getting ready to pack, they were told, make sure that you bring warm clothes with you and sort of give off the image that we're heading off to Hawaii. And the next thing they did is they sailed under the ice pack, and they come out the other side and they say, oh, after the fact, we sailed under the ice pack.
I see.
And the other thing that I discovered very recently, and this was referred to me by an academic at the Cook Society, was the Russians in the 1930s flew across the Arctic, and they flew across the North Pole, and they made a whole huge fuss about how they were flying from Russia to the United States. And this guy pointed out to me that quietly, with sort of very little fanfare, in 1983, a guy by the name of Morrison, published a book called Russia's Shortcut to Fame, and it's subtitled 50-Year Hoax Exposed. And what the whole book is about is research that an American author did to show that Russia never flew, those Russian planes never flew directly from Russia to America. In fact, it goes as far as saying that the Russians claimed to have sent expeditions to the North Pole or to have expeditions floating on the ice, and after the fact, now 50 years later, this author discovers none of those things ever happened. The Russians put some people on an island somewhere, and then they said, gee, we got people at the North Pole. They didn't do any of the above.
Are you aware, Jan, of the new international constant overflights now of the North Pole, that you can take a plane from the west coast of the United States, for example, and go to Europe right over?
Yes. Yeah, I've got a friend who's an airline pilot in the USA, and he flies across the Arctic. Now, what I want to tell you about the Arctic, and this is where it gets quite interesting, is when Green wrote that article, and if you get a chance, just click through to it, because it's got amazing graphics and stuff. It's even got a little map there. When Green wrote that article about Crockerland, he came up with the idea. Remember, this was the guy with a master's degree in science. He came up with the idea where he said, there is a fault line that runs from Iceland across the North Pole down to the Bering Strait. And he said that this island, this Crockerland, exists on that fault line. And he says that there must be seismic activity along that fault line. And I don't know if you know, but in Iceland, they have got a lot of geysers and a lot of heat that comes from out of the ground.
Oh, that's true.
And it raises the temperature of Iceland 30 degrees above what it should be, something like that. Now, Crockerland is even higher in the Arctic. And one of the things that Green came up with was that Crockerland should have just as much seismic activity, but being even further north surrounded by a truly cold ocean. This whole island must be covered in fog. You will see it in that article. And now here's an interesting thing.
That would be absolutely true, wouldn't it? Because of the heat, there would be nothing but fog, so you would never see it.
You'd never see it, except when the wind blows in the right direction. If the wind blows onto the island and blows some of the fog away, then you would see it. And if the wind were to go in the other direction or there'd be no wind at all, you might not see the island at all. So what this does is, just shortly thereafter, they sent an airship from Alaska to the North Pole and back. And that airship never saw anything. But this was one of the things I was thinking about was, could it be that you have this fog-covered island and that flying over it isn't going to be enough? You have to get onto ground level.
Sure.
And look at this thing from ground level. So that was why my Crockerland idea was based on two things. Number one, do an expedition to go and see it and film it and see if you can actually see it on a clear day.
Yeah.
If you can do that, you come back with the film footage, you say to people, look at this is what I saw. Maybe get somebody to analyze the footage or something. Then you say, okay, if we've seen this, let us now try and actually get there. And the way we get there is we drop off somebody back at the same vantage point, and that person sits there with binoculars and he looks at this thing, and then we have an aircraft that flies overhead, and the guy directs the aircraft. And he says, go to the left, go to the right, go a bit low, go here, there. Maybe then you will find this thing, because to travel across the ice physically is so difficult.
Yes, of course.
That was my kind of thinking.
All right, moving back in the conversation a little bit. You're speculating on UFOs as possibly coming from the Earth itself. If that were true, Richard in Fairbanks, Alaska, and they're pretty well up there, asks, wouldn't we see a lot more UFOs by percentage here than people would see elsewhere?
That's actually an interesting point. The one thing I thought of that might relate to this, did you hear about a scientist in the United States a year or two ago who made quite a lot of news when he spoke about icy comets striking the Earth?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Let me tell you something about that guy. That guy has this whole theory that these ice comets are hitting the Earth all the time. And he had these NASA images of them. Now, the first thing that struck me as interesting was I wondered, and I didn't mention this in my book, but it's something I've been speculating about quietly for the last few years. I've wondered if what that scientist thinks is icy comets is actually UFOs. Because one of the things he says is the icy comets are house size. Okay? So they sound, like a reasonable size for a spacecraft.
Well, they do, yes.
Now, the next thing is, consider this. The Earth is dashing through space at 60-something thousand miles an hour. If you have two objects moving through space at very high speed, what is the chance that those objects will meet and strike, that the small object will strike the big object in the polar region versus the chance that the small object will strike the big object at the equator? The logic is, if you had to do a bit of math and a bit of thinking, you will realize that the greater part of the Earth's volume is more likely to strike the comet than the polar region, because they are moving remember, all orbits are more or less elliptical.
Right. Of course.
So the chance of being hit from the side rather than from the top is actually greater.
Sure it is.
And yet this guy only says that the polar regions are being hit by these things. And if you look at his images, he's got stacks of these things. Then another interesting thing took place. All the scientists were so uptight about this thing. They said, this scientist is talking nonsense. So then the scientist went, and he went to the U.S. Navy, because they had some equipment that could do the imaging or whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was. But he asked the United States Navy to go and to conduct an experiment for him and give him the results. And guess what? The Navy conducted the experiment and came back and said, you know what? You're wrong. No icy comets. Nothing's happening. Then he discovered after the event that the United States Navy had actually cheated, had actually fiddled the experiment. And that was the last time I heard of that scientist. I haven't heard since where he's gone. But I kept wondering all the time whether what you had was actually some kind of space traffic.
Well,
in and out.
Look, you said you subscribed to some conspiracy theory. Now,
I'm open-minded.
Well, all right. Look, there are major countries bordering the Arctic, right? They would all have to be involved in some sort of conspiracy for this to have been kept silent. We would certainly not be the only ones aware of it, or the only ones that could send submarines under the Russians could have done it. There would have to be some complicity in the silence.
Yes, no question about it. I mean, it's quite awesome to think about it. I mean, admittedly, even as I talk about the things, I sometimes doubt myself. But the truth of the matter is, all the things that I've been picking up are not things that have been channeled. I've not been reading UFO magazines.
Oh, I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
I very well know what you're saying, of course.
In fact, some of the strangest things I've come across come from places like National Geographic. Do you know that I read an article from a National Geographic in the 1890s, which said that there were Eskimos who saw some men with spears walking along the coastline of Alaska. And the Eskimos looked at the way these guys were dressed, and they said, these guys are not Eskimos. When the Eskimos approached them, they ran away. And guess where they ran to? They ran out into the Arctic Sea to the north of Alaska. Now, where there may be a connection is Green said that he had Eskimo evidence that Crocoland existed. Green said that he went to Greenland and he spoke to Eskimos there, and he asked them what had happened to the white people who used to live in Greenland. And the Eskimos told him, because these people lived there, the Greenland colony lived there for several hundred years. They lived far up in the north of Greenland, and we know that they lived there. There are ruins of their houses and everything. And there were 9,000 of them, and they all disappeared, and nobody knows where they went. And according to Green, the Eskimos said to him that there is another island, and to get to this island, you walk across the North Pole for about a month. And when you get to that island, it's a very warm island. And the Eskimos reckon that hundreds of years ago, these Vikings packed up their bags and they moved to this other island. And so Green in that 1923 article theorized that when you get to Crocoland, you'd find the Vikings. The Vikings used to live in Greenland. You'd find them living there right now. Wow. So, you know, there's some pretty weird stuff there. In fact, it was made into a movie, I discovered. There's a Walt Disney movie, and you can still buy it, I think from Amazon. It's called Island at the Top of the World, and it's based exactly on that idea.
Is it? Even down to the fog?
The fog, the everything. Huh. In it, there are people in an airship, and they travel across the ice, and they get to this place, and they meet the Vikings, and eventually a whole set of things happen there. It's a very seismically active area. And by the way, something happened the other day which just goes to show that Green was not as far off as you might think.
And that was?
Up in the Arctic, you know about Pollyannas.
No.
A Pollyanna is huge, big areas of ice, of ice-free ocean. It's places in the Arctic and the Antarctic where the ice melts.
That I know.
For no reason at all.
That I know about.
You know about that?
I do. They're suggesting there are reasons for that, which are pretty ominous.
Well, okay, what I saw the other day, which was interesting, was there was a story that came out where scientists had said they'd done some studies in the deep Arctic, and they now can prove that hot water is boiling out of fault lines and things under the Arctic. again, there we go, the seismic activity that Green was talking about. And I'll tell you another incident was when Admiral Perry was in Greenland. He happened upon an Eskimo who told him about an incident some years earlier where volcanic ash had fallen down in Greenland. And Admiral Perry was very amazed by this. He said that he was convinced this Eskimo was telling him the truth, and the only thing that could explain it was if there was a volcano somewhere in that part of the Arctic, there where we talk about Crocoland.
Yes.
Somewhere out there.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of yet another hour. Time flies when you're having this much fun. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Look.
You know, that's what we do here, run with the night, play with the shadows. I'm Art Bell. Right here in the middle of the sandbox. My guest is on the other side of the sandbox. Jan Lambert is in Johannesburg, South Africa. We're talking about the hollow earth. And if you're not fascinated, then you're just not listening. Well, I'm getting a lot of fast blasts saying, where are these fishes? Where are these fishes? Well, it's easy. You go to my website, artbell.com. Go to program, tonight's guest info, and right below Jan Lambrecht's name, you'll see the website and the book. He's got a book called Hollow Planets. You can read that. You can order it, I'm sure, on Amazon.com, and his website link is right there. www.hollowplanets.com. And so just click on it, and we have had some reports that it has crawled, slowed to a crawl with all the traffic hitting it. But if you don't get it tonight, you can always get it tomorrow. And the way you do that is go to program, and you go to last night's program. By then it'll be last night's program. The link is still going to be there. So don't fear if you can't see the photographs you want to see today. You'll see them tomorrow, or by now you may well make it in. Back now to Johannesburg, South Africa, and Jan, we should take a few calls here. Let people ask you a few questions, but is there a direct email address for you?
Yes, they can email me at PBS, P for Peter, B for Bert, S for Snake,
yes,
at iafrica.com. My website is hollowplanets.com.
Okay.
I do.
Let me see if I've got that right. That's PBS, like Public Broadcast System.
Exactly.
At iafrica.com. That's easy.
That's it.
All right. You're liable to get a lot of email.
Yeah, I have an agent in America. They can order via my website. They'll get quick response. I've got an agent in Texas. And there's also a telephone number if you want.
Okay. Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay, the telephone number is 888, area code 609-5006.
5006. That's toll-free number 1-888-609-5006.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure there'll be plenty of that. All right. Let's try a few calls and see where we go. First time caller line, you're on the air with Jan Lambert. Hi.
Hello, this is Kathleen in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Yes, hi there.
Hello.
Hi there.
I was wondering what would be the possibility that these mountains of Bradley Land and Crocker Land maybe form the rim of the hole that goes into the center of the earth.
This was some of what I was wondering. I was wondering if this was possible. I mean, I know the polar hole idea sounds absolutely insane. But the one thing I wondered was whether there was like a smaller polar hole, something much, much smaller than the original 2,000-mile thing. And I wondered if islands and things in the vicinity were all blocked out in an attempt to hide it off a map. Because Crocker Land, I must tell you, used to exist on maps. And any of you who have a chance to look at old maps, maps from the 1920s and so forth, until the late 1920s, the coastline of Crocker Land was marked on all maps.
Jan, I'm going to just say this to you, and you can do what you like with it, but I have recently interviewed a number of people who have talked about holes, very cogent stories about seemingly endless holes that the government has shown a very great deal of interest in, not necessarily in the Arctic, but in other places on Earth. Have you heard such rumors?
The only thing I've heard people tell me about is Mel's Hole, and I've also heard that there was a story that I came across that allegedly came from Tibet about something like that. There was a German who went to Tibet, and he claimed that he met an underground community, and he talked about a type of a bottomless pit as well. Those are the only two stories I've really heard. I'm open to pretty much anything, you know. I'll tell you something. In my research, Art, there were stories I came across which if I could prove them, okay, or get any more evidence, they would blow your mind. There are some pretty interesting stories. Maybe I should tell you about a few of those that got away, the ones that I could never prove, but they were so incredibly fascinating.
Perhaps
one of them was a story that apparently once upon a time some British sailors were on an island known as Ultima Thule, or which I think is actually a place called Jan Mayen Island. It's north of England. It's a tiny little island. It's got a volcano on it. And I came across a story that apparently there had been people who came out of tunnels there. And it was one of those things I tried to follow up on as best I could, but I just hit dead ends and it didn't look like anything. And then there was something that somebody was going to give me. As a result of a radio show I did, somebody told me that they had a book that was supposedly the diaries of a World War II pilot who crashed somewhere in the Arctic. And this person said to me that if you had this book, then there are some very interesting and weird things in this book which might relate to the Hollow Earth. And then this person never gave me this book, and no matter what I did, they didn't do anything further. And I've been wondering about it, whether there was anything like that. Another story that comes from closer to home, probably the weirdest story I've ever heard from Southern Africa, was on TV. They had a documentary on it about 10 years ago here in South Africa. There was a guy in what is now Namibia, and he claims, or there's a volcano in Namibia. We're now talking sort of subterranean type stuff. There's a volcano in Namibia, in the southern part of Namibia, and there are rumors among the local people that there is a flying snake, that there's a snake that can like float in the air, and this thing somehow comes out of this volcano. And what was interesting was there was apparently an incident here in Namibia in the 1940s where a young boy was looking after some sheep, and he claimed that he'd seen this thing and that it had attacked him. And then they sent a scientist. Interestingly enough, it was a scientist who'd been involved in the discovery of the coelacanth. They sent the scientist to go and investigate the scene. And she went there and she said she saw the marks of what had obviously been a reptile. And she thought it was a python. But what she said was weird about it was as if the python had jumped. As if the python could hop.
Yes.
And they had a whole documentary. There was somebody here in South Africa who spent their own money and they went off there and they tried to look for this thing and they produced this little cheap documentary about it. And I taped it at the time. It's called The Giant Flying Snake of Namibia. And it's one of the most bizarre stories you've ever heard. And you know what? That young boy is now an old man sitting in an old age home. And they said to him, did this thing really happen? And he says, I was there and I saw the snake on the side of the hill and it was this weird looking snake. And the next thing, and he said, you're not going to believe me. Snakes can't fly, but I saw a snake float in the air. And this, and what happened was he threw a rock at the snake and the snake was angry and it hissed. And then he went away and he went back to his sheep. And the next thing he knew was he heard this plopping sound and next to him this snake fell on the ground. And the snake smacked him with its tail and he got such a fright. And he says as he was running away from the snake, he saw the snake float into the air and sail back up to the hill. Okay? And apparently the locals believe in the existence of this anti-gravity snake.
Well, anti-gravity snake, I suppose one could conjecture that this snake or something else or anything else could be ejected in a volcanic eruption. Something that lives under very different circumstances way below the Earth somehow might get involved in a volcanic eruption.
It's weird, you know. The interest I had in some of these things was, is there any credible evidence of like an underground zoology?
Are you hearing any recent news about the Congo?
Oh, the Congo with its volcano. Nothing, apart from the human tragedy and all that, nothing weird or interesting. In fact, I didn't even know there were volcanoes in the Congo to begin with, because I didn't even know there was a fault line that ran up there. So I was actually amazed to even hear that there was such a thing.
All right, let me jump back to the phones very quickly. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jan Lambert. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Am I on?
Yes, you're on, ma'am.
Oh, sorry about that. It's Marlena calling from Toronto, Canada.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if John knew about, it's actually a U.S. Navy ship. In 1957, there was a gentleman, William Cooper, that was in the observation tower. And all of a sudden he observed these objects going in and out of the ocean. He then called another man that was on duty. They observed it. Before long, the whole ship on one side was full of the people there watching it for quite a number of times, because there was a lot of ships doing this. Now, they did report it, and eventually they were sworn to silence. This was a person you know, I think, Art, Paul Kovac, the host of a TV station here in Toronto.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mentioned those stories earlier, Jan. There are many of them, of U.S. warships seeing such things.
You know, it doesn't surprise me. And the secrecy thing is interesting, because I remember also reading during the Cold War, you would often get situations up in the Norwegian fjords where they would say, we've spotted a Russian submarine, and they'd like block this thing off. And then they'd never catch the thing. You know, so you wondered, you know, if it was able to slip by, you know, whether it really was a real submarine or not. But that sighting that you mentioned is very interesting.
There are also, Jan, reports of things moving under the sea that have been detected by our military at speeds that are absolutely impossible.
That's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of, yeah. It's unbelievable. There's so much there's a book that I have, a UFO book, which is about undersea bases, and that's made for some interesting reading. It came from South America. I've not dug into that too much, but it's fascinating reading. I'll tell you what happened to me personally, if I can call it personally. I worked at a bank. I was doing consulting for a bank, and one of my users that I was dealing with was a youngish guy, and one day he said to me, he's leaving the bank now. And I said to him, well, you know, good luck, so forth. Now, prior to him leaving, he and I had often discussed UFOs and all sorts of things. And he'd always said to me, it's a very fascinating subject, and he's always curious about it. And then when he left, he called me to one side, and he said to me, you know, I'll show you where I'm actually going. And he opened his briefcase, and he took out a letter, and it was a letter of appointment to the National Intelligence Service. So he said to me, so I said to him, wow, I didn't know you had these kinds of aspirations. He said, no, it's something he's been wanting to do his whole life and so forth. So then he said to me, you know, when I'm there, I'm going to do a bit of digging. And I said, yeah, right, I'm sure you will, okay? And I didn't hear from him for about a year. And one day he phoned me and he said to me, you know, we must get together sometime. And when we got together and we started talking, he said to me, I actually did do a bit of snooping at National Intelligence. And now because he's inside the headquarters, he talks to people. And he said to me, you know, here in South Africa, there's a little department in National Intelligence that deals with UFOs. There's about 5 or 6 people who work there. And whenever there's a report of a UFO, they go out in plain clothes and they pretend to be newspaper reporters and so forth, and they question the people. And then they come back and they write reports. And he used to tell me that, and he's told me this many times, he used to say to me, the United States of America has more interest in UFOs than any other country on Earth. And that the United States military and government sees itself as the premier technological power on the Earth.
That would be us, all right.
Yeah, and he says they want to keep it that way. Mm-hmm. And he says anything but anything that hints at alien technology or anything, they are the first to grab it. And he says, and he even wanted to tell me that there were stealth aircraft were being experimented with to test our defenses and all sorts of things. And another thing he also said to me was that I must beware of confusing UFO reports with reports of pilotless aircraft. He said to me that another thing he came across was that all the air forces of the world are very interested in pilotless aircraft, and they've developed these to a pretty high standard.
We're using them now in Afghanistan.
But he said to me there are lots of them that are totally classified. You don't even know they exist.
Yeah, and there was also a big report many years ago, maybe you know something about this, of a crash in South Africa, and then,
oh my goodness.
Yes, and then, as the story goes, U.S. military aircraft coming to South Africa to pick up pieces and bring them back. Do you know anything about that?
Goodness me, Art. At that time, I had just gotten onto CompuServe, and I actually spent a lot of time digging into that thing because this is like just on my doorstep. It was so weird. I've never been able to truly establish what the heck happened. I met all kinds of people. The whole story is quite long-winded, and all sorts of things happened. All I can tell you is that there were rumors, and there were rumors that hit the media, but nobody that I know, I don't have anything truly credible. And I met a lot of very weird people who came and said to me, you know, I was at that military hospital and I heard a rumor or something. There was somebody who claimed, who I met, who was in a UFO club, who said to me that he knew somebody who'd been in the military, who'd seen something or heard something. And there is a friend of mine, a close friend of mine, whose father is involved in military intelligence, and that friend of mine swears that this event happened. Personally, I have my doubts. What I did manage to get hold of was I managed to get hold of documents, supposedly military documents relating to the crash, complete with drawings, complete with the Air Force front cover, even signals from intelligence, you know those signals that the military sends between units.
Yeah,
I had all of those things. And then when I looked at them closely, because I'd also been in the military myself for a little while, I looked at them. They sort of looked authentic, but they weren't completely authentic. And when I had other people look at them, people would point out errors and so forth. So it was to me as if maybe somebody had conducted a hoax of some kind. The other thing I heard was the rumors spread so much. At the time that this happened, South Africa had quite a large army sitting in Namibia, fighting a border war there between Namibia and Angola. And I heard somebody say that he'd been on the border and a high-ranking officer, a colonel, addressed the troops one day. And he said to them that there is a story going around about a UFO crash. But he said it was enemy disinformation. And that was, I could never satisfy myself that this event had really taken place. What I had wondered was whether somebody had gone to great lengths to stage a hoax. And that is as far as I could get it, because weird things happened. There was a morning when on South African TV we have like a Good Morning South Africa, where somebody pitched up, claimed to be a captain in the Air Force, spoke a lot of nonsense about the incident, and then that person disappeared. And there were also other people. You know, all I can say to you was my final conclusion was that it was a heck of an elaborate hoax. But it was the kind of a hoax which no ordinary person could stage. Because after all of this nonsense had taken place, somebody in East Germany, it was somebody up in Europe, came out, some kind of scientist came out and claimed to have knowledge of this event in South Africa.
Jan, it sounds to me like we've got another program to do, you and I. We're out of time. We're out of program. That's it. Listen, my friend, thank you so much for being here. What an incredible program. We're going to do it again soon.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, you have a good night. Good luck answering all your email.
Thank you very much, Art. It was very wonderful being on your show.
Good
Great
day.
show.
Good day to you.
Okay, bye.
Take care. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.